you made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
Oh. I can help with that. Dorinthia, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brody's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brody's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Take 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go?
I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though.
Creo que hay ronda, ¿eh? Ronda.
They're not prepared for...
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Can't go again. Nice. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pummel.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
A night at the Armory complete. Shout out to my boys at 3 Floating. Just incredible stuff from those guys, as always. I felt like I was watching Netflix for a while there, watching Jacob get beat up so badly. I'm very used to that, but not in that context. So, great to see so many friends, so many old faces, and that is, of course, what today is all about. 5th anniversary of Flesh and Blood, our celebration stream. You ever been in that situation where you're walking the Armory and it's just a murderer's row of killers ready to take you down? I'm sure early days in Auckland, that's what you face time after time.
Hey, my first Armory, I think I had to play against Kale and Matt Rogers back to back. So that definitely brings back memories of that. I think you were there, Kieran. I'm not sure if it was your first Armory.
It might have been, you know, Kale, not a man who's afraid to tell you of how easily he's going to beat you. But I love that promo. I love, like, you know, showing up the results and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the samurais, the whole collection of sunflower samurais. And that's what it's like when you're at the Pro Tour and you just see them slowly start to fill in behind whichever samurai is dominating the tournament this go around, because there's always one in contention. So just incredible stuff. Shout outs to our boys over at 3 Floating. Shout outs to everyone, all of our incredible pros who showed up in that ad. I saw a lot of familiar faces in the background, and yeah, that's what the vibe is. You head to an Armory, you get that kind of support, you build up, you find your way, and next thing you know, you're taking down the greats of the game. You're taking down the Yuki Lee Benders, the Brody Spurlocks, the Pablo Pintors, and we just keep adding more and more to our menagerie of either heroes or villains, depending on what side you're on. It's so cool to see them take on the cinematic, larger-than-life feel.
It was so cool, and it reminds me like some of the stories you see pop up from FAB events as well, like of people, travel to a bunch of different pro quests. I feel like Brody's pretty notorious for this. It's really cool though. Someone's like, man, I'm just playing my 16-person pro quest in my small town, and guess who's showing up? And it's like round 1, Brody Spurlock.
I definitely felt that at my first Armory. I walk in and it's like, Jacob Pearson has just won the calling, and I'm just like, what the hell? He lends me a tunic, very nice of him, but then I'm like, I don't have CNCs or E-strikes, and then for the week I'm just versing like Kale, I'm versing Matt Rogers, I'm versing all these like heavy hitters, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is so intimidating, but like such a good learning experience as well.
I love that you mentioned the lone tunic, right? Because it is challenging, it's intimidating, but the thing I have loved more than anything in this 5 years with the Flesh and Blood community is that they work with you. They guide you through it. They help. They show you the way. And yeah, it's going to be some tough matches early on. But when you turn that corner and you start getting those W's, there's kind of no other feeling like it in all of gaming. The level of talent, dedication, success it takes to succeed at Flesh and Blood, it just pays you dividends when you're there at the table and finally getting those W's.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you mentioned, I've seen so many stories online about people saying, I always bring a couple of extra decks to my local armory, and like a new player showed up, and we had 4 different locals be like, hey, do you want to play this, 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 and this? Which is just...
They'll lend you their deck, then they'll smash it.
Beat you unmercifully.
You wouldn't want me there. It's like, I've got 4 different Victor decks you can choose from. But,
sure.
Oh man, I love that ad. It was just hype. It was so hype.
And that's the thing. It's like it's might seem like far-fetched at first that all those people would be at an armory, but so many tournaments you go to, and every one of these people is there.
Right before the World Championships, probably the Japan Armories are popping off just like that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I will be there. I will report back to you. I'll let you know. I'll be the one just getting beat up unmercifully.
Do not complain to Brian while you're there.
I would
That's
tune
good.
into
I like
that
that advice.
vlog or blog or whatever you could get going,
Maybe a little little backpack streaming.
Yeah.
Right, what would your achievement sheet be? Would have said casted 14 events.
Very brief. It would be a brief achievement sheet. I came to work on Flesh and Blood after I had been playing for about 2.5, 3 months, maybe.
Yep.
And very quickly was just not allowed to play anymore. So I believe I have a Road to Nationals win.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I have won a skirmish, so I'm on a couple. I'm on a couple roll of honors, and
better than me.
I have a ProQuest top 4 as well. Like one of the first maybe even the first. I think at the time it was just being called a PTQ in the U.S. It was at one of the first SCG cons after we had come out of lockdowns, and I played my first ever competitive Flesh and Blood event. Everything's going really smoothly. I'm feeling great. And then I get to the top 8 somehow, very little knowledge. I have my first round of draft. I crush it again. I play to a perfectly pitch stacked lightning press to win on the last possible turn as Lexi in Tales of Aria draft. And I'm like, smooth sailing. This is easy. These fools don't know anything about this game. I got this mastered. And then I ran into somebody who had been playing from the beginning. It was world's top 8 competitor, Matthew W. And we played in the top 4, and he rinsed me. He said, I spoke to him afterwards, like years later, and he said, you made me think a few times. It was actually a really good game, which I took as credit here somehow. So,
bro, my first experience of you in the Fab world was back when I was in Premier OP, and we were like sorting out some of the first rounds of the American callings, and we were just kind of figuring out like, okay, who do we want to cast these events? And then they're like, oh, we've just contacted like Brian and Craig, I think it was. My first reaction was like, who's this Brian guy?
it's everyone's first reaction.
I was like, oh, I think I've heard of him maybe from some other games or whatever. But then I listened to your cast and I'm like, he's actually really good. It's great.
top 4 is a PDQ.
I was looking it up. Oh, wait, is that... Bro, I got to be top 4 to ProQuest? Yeah, get him in.
The little stat sheet comes up just like in the commercial. It's just displaying behind my head. A lot of great stories to tell today. We're going to talk a lot about the history of Flesh and Blood. But of course, we couldn't have gotten to this point without some losses along the way. And there have been some sad moments throughout the history of Flesh and Blood. And I think just before we kick things off, before we get into the pure celebration, it is only fitting that we take a few moments to remember folks who we have lost along the way in this journey. So please. Sorry. It's been hard. It's been hard watching some of these heroes go. And I know for some of you, some very close personal associates of yours on that list. Anyone stand out that you just truly miss with all your heart?
Prism.
I think Prism
Played a lot of Prism.
of course. For me, it would probably be Lexi. I think Lexi was a close one to my heart, and Droma as well.
I reckon Starvo.
Actually,
So I never really played a whole lot of Starvo. Like, I don't know, I feel a lot of heroes out loud when I was actually here, but I think it's just fun, man. It was such a fun hero.
What about you, Brian? Anything for you?
You know, I haven't really had to deal with a lot of loss in Flesh and Blood because I'm an Arachne main, so I'm good forever. Like, I really have nothing to worry about.
I could never
Till
be hurt.
the end of time, I will have my full suite of heroes ready and available to go. And as long as that's the case, I feel very, very good at showing up to a local armory and just being like, yeah, there's my Arachne deck. I haven't changed it in 2 years. It'll be fine. What's got to change? Everything's just as it was meant to be.
Nothing like that bit of comfort knowing that your deck is going to be the same in 7, 12 years.
Yeah.
Although in saying that, Azuri, Shoma taking out Pro to Amsterdam, racking up a lot of points there. So maybe not all your assassins.
As joyous of an occasion as that was for myself and Shoma, and getting to share the stage with Shoma in that moment was just incredible. Seeing his reaction to the Pro Tour winning Azuri. There was, for the first time, that moment of, that's a lot of living legend points to pick up all at once. Like, I would kind of prefer we did it a little bit slower, but I guess I really don't have space to complain given how slow the march has been for assassins. At
I
this
remember
point.
talking to Brian right afterwards, and I was thinking, like, maybe there's a few too many LR points to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, just tone it down. Let's tone it down a little bit. Like, we don't need to be so drastic.
Maybe this
about
should just
that.
be 10 or 20,
Yeah.
But like, honestly, the LR system, was just thinking, particularly you brought up Prism and seeing that there, it's so cool when these heroes are getting so close to LL as well. And I think it might have been at the calling of Pro Tour New Jersey, the calling attached to that event. I think that's where Prism LL'd, right? Like, the guy won the calling on it and pushed it just over the edge.
Yeah.
I believe that's right anyway, but it's so cool when you get to these events and one of your heroes that you're so attached to is in there in like the top 8 or the top 4 and you're rooting for them, but then in the back of your mind you're like, I wouldn't be gutted if they lost this match, just in case.
Yeah, similar case with Dromai. I think that was a big one where I guess Dromai would have gone anyway, but like I loved that finish for a hero. I loved like a
Iconic.
the grandiose exit in a way, and I think that was
Ascending.
Especially with Dromai. Like, Dromai was the hero that struggled to close through a lot of her time.
super
in CC.
popular.
Yeah.
Super popular.
Incredibly popular. Almost always the most represented deck, even in moments where it was incorrect for her to be so.
Yep.
She was just always present.
Yeah, so often we'd look at the metagame breakdown, we're like, surely people are not going to bring Dromai this time. Like, they probably
Always,
learned.
always.
but
A lot of those LLs were actually like, it was just one in the top 8 in a field of like bad matchups, and somehow they like climbed to the first place.
Yeah, because I feel Dry, you guys right, struggled to close for a little bit. It's like, Dry's made the top 8, time for a first round exit or whatever. And then I remember looking at that top 8 breakdown, I'm pretty sure Arthur had to go through like 2 KOs or something on the way, which was maybe thought to be one of the slightly tougher matchups.
Some of them dropped like cast bones.
I think
on the
both.
First turn.
I think both had turn 1 cast bones, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and the second one is like Casso 2. I'm like, all right, wrap it up, it's over. But I've had something to say about that. But that's why I love the Living Legend system. It's so cool.
Yeah, and now we have Dash IE in a similar position right now, right? Like, it only takes 1 weekend of a big pro quest finish. Thus far, the metagame not really looking like it's exactly in Dash IE's wheelhouse. So maybe going to go ahead and make it to Worlds. And it could be the type of thing where, a Dash IE creeps into the top 8. Are they going to get the same kind of send-off that Dromai did? Dromai didn't actually LL with that win, but was virtually assured to LL the next week and got a very, very nice send-off.
Yeah, I mean, Dash, you're right. Like, there's probably a lot of eyes on Dash IO with the upcoming Armory deck and stuff coming out. But you got to hand it to these OG Dash players. They always find a way, right? There's always there's like a new build. It's like the hybrid, the super aggro. I remember at Worlds a couple years back, there was
Slab Dash.
Yeah, the Slab Dash came through. Not necessarily a deck I was expecting to see do so well. So really interesting. I'm sure there's some Dash players out there. I know Sam Sutherland from Australia is a big Dash player as well, probably nervously watching the ProQuest points tick up. On there on Twitter, oh, don't play Dash, it's not the right meta.
Yeah, hoping for just one more run. But that is the joy and the pain of the Living Legend system. I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. So 5 years of Flesh and Blood. It's brought a lot of stories, a lot of amazing scenarios, also a lot of questions, a lot of lore, a lot of mystery around the game. And we thought, what better opportunity to go ahead and unveil some of those mysteries than this 5th anniversary stream. Let's do it by a little trivia. We have a bunch of trivia questions we want to ask folks today. We're going to work through all of these, but in the end, we're going to have one specific trivia question that will be a giveaway. I'll give you a heads up when we're headed to that one. But for the time being, we're just going to go ahead and look at chat. We're going to present these questions, and we're going to see if anyone in chat can go ahead and come up with the correct answer here. So let's kick things off with our first question. It posits, question, which Flesh and Blood set was the first to be designed? Now, this feels like maybe a potential gotcha here. Obviously, we know the first one.
They might look very simple on the surface.
We know the first set to be released. That's unquestionable. Was it, in fact, the first set to be designed? Monarch, popular answer.
I'm going to be jotting down.
Crucible. I'm seeing some Crucibles.
Okay.
Arcane Rising. Now, I feel like that's quite a spicy one. Yeah.
Any Tales of Aria in there?
I feel like
the first that we worked on.
Yeah, it's interesting to see people throwing out some interesting theories out there. The Tales of Aria.
This seems like a very simple question.
That's funny. Did I just spot a
Rising?
Did I just spot a Chris Gehring in the chat?
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something that someone in the chat definitely got it right. So I'm just I won't spoil too much just yet, but. Yeah.
So I have a question for you,
Everfest. Now that is a spicy one.
So is Mr. TCG, is he live to win some of these prizes?
Absolutely not. Under no circumstances can he get prizes.
We have like some Rosetta in there as well.
I like the someone guessed shout out to Ginger Billy who guessed Uprising. That is definitely a spicy take.
Everfest is not necessarily one I would pick, but
Now the first set that I worked design on, of course, the best set, Dynasty, the indisputable best set. I'm sure many people guessing that.
Released the best hero in the game.
Yep, absolutely. Arachne made its appearance in the metagame for the first time with Dynasty. All right, why don't we go ahead and let's spoil it. What, in fact, was the first Flesh and Blood set to be designed? Can we put this to rest forever? Yeah, it's WTR.
well, obviously.
Why was this a question? Why is this so hard?
Come on, guys. Most of you got it wrong.
It's just crazy, like the life these rumors take on. And I think I saw this, it was fairly recent, like a week or two ago, somebody posting that just like, yeah, Monarch was absolutely the first set to be designed. And I'm just like, where did this come
Yeah, there was
from?
like
You know some fun-
I remember that very like strong theory of, they released talents, but it was just a little bit too complex at the time, too complicated, so they toned it back and went with the Welcome to Wraith and Arcane Rising first.
A little background as well. It's kind of funny because, when we're trying to think of some fun trivia questions, I think it was Mr. TCG himself, Chris G, suggested I should ask which FAB set was first to be decided. And we're like, Chris, that's a dumb question. Like, it's Welcome to Wraith. He's like, I bet you everyone will say Monarch.
Honestly, like that was before we joined LSS. I straight up believed that. I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like,
But like, do you guys know where this came from? Like,
I have no idea.
don't,
But
like-
someone said it very confidently, and I
I've
feel
seen
like
it said
just took-
confidently many times.
I remember just at some of the very early events just playing, and I guess just talking to James, and he was talking about, like some of the first sets we designed, we just wanted there to be some strong cards and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, yeah, Welcome to Wraith. But I guess maybe the Monarch thing, it kind of makes sense because I feel Monarch was maybe what was like the huge explosion in popularity of FAB. I feel maybe initially came with Monarch, so maybe that, I don't know, people just got into their head. It was the first one.
I remember before, like spoilers of more like as Monarch got announced, that's when the kind of rumor started. I remember like seeing that around even I think it was just before we joined LSS.
Here's where I guess I'm just seriously just a guess. One thing I found: the more I write on behalf of LSS, the more I speak on behalf of LSS. Every single word you say carries a mountain of weight. Like people just take it as undeniable gospel, and it influences rumors, it influences perception. I suspect that at some point James said the first part of Flesh and Blood he put together was rooted in talented heroes.
I think that makes sense.
And that kind of, if you were to carry that forward, points to, then Monarch was the first thing designed. It's very different, though, just kind of throwing out ideas and seeing what works versus designing a set. So I wonder if that's the genesis of this. Maybe when we have James in later on today, which we will, we're going to have a Q&A from you fans out there. We can ask him to clarify a little bit. But that's my best guess at this moment.
And great job, Brian. You just spread another rumor.
Right. More rumors. You can't stop them. They're
I'm
unbeatable.
thinking, it must be nice. My words are so important. They carry so much weight. No one listens to me, man. All I get is that you remember the DG.
Yeah, people listen to that, though. Like, you made a difference. You made a difference in Heart the Misfail Limited. All your
Someone
words
somewhere out there
They had a
didn't
little
get it.
classic in their head. Just don't
Didn't
forget
get
the
into trouble
DG.
because they remembered.
Maybe
the
I
DG.
helped someone make top 8 at Pro. That's the rumor we can spread, right?
Sure, I like that rumor. All right, let's take another question. Let's head on to the next one here. How many cards are in a Welcome to Wraith booster pack? Next question, chat. What do you think?
let's have a look.
Have you
That's
opened
interesting.
Welcome to Wraith? Have you opened Welcome to Wraith Alpha? I have exactly once at maybe U.S. Nationals. I'm actually not sure now. Some event I went to, I was invited to participate in a WTR Alpha draft. It's the only time those 3 packs are the only WTR Alpha packs I've opened. I'm sure you folks being here in Auckland, I hear all the time about how privileged you are and how you have stacks of first edition sitting around.
I've got a funny story about that actually.
Oh, yeah, that story.
So one time I opened Alpha Welcome to Wraith I was just getting started with Flesh and Blood, and I was like, hey, maybe I'll try get my little sister involved. Maybe she'll like pick it up, be like a little prodigy type thing. So I pulled out a box. We open, do some sealed. We open half the box, and like 10 minutes in, she's like, I don't get this. I'm not really about it, and just leaves, leaving me with like all this like opened Welcome to Wraith.
Alpha.
Yeah. Fast forward 2 weeks, that's when all the prices start like booming out. Yeah, I was just like, wow, that was like $5,000 that I could have had in my pocket, right?
$5,000 sealed session, worth every penny.
Garrett's talking to his little sister, so do you want to do like some sort of installment payment plan? Yeah, I remember back in the day it was just everywhere, and there'd be people who would just like open it, take like just the foil or the Majestics, whatever, leave the rest on the table. I remember I'd pick up things I'd take like pink sink below.
Early armories, early armories. People would just be like, "Oh, that's just like draft chaff. Like, chuck it out." I remember trying to like fish out some foil yellow zipper hits and stuff.
Even when I just started in crew, I was like going through the bulk box at Hobby Master, and I was like, these are all alpha cards, and it's just like this giant bulk box of just alpha cards. I was like, people just leave this stuff here?
Yeah.
So much of that stuff didn't even make it to the U.S. Like, it is there, but it's in such small amounts.
Yeah, because I didn't open a ton of boxes, but I opened some back in the day. And I remember I think I won some event, and I got like 3 boxes, and I think I was a poor student, so I sold one to Tom Penny, our fellow dev, and he's like, I just got a good feeling about this, and I was like, okay, man. He was playing Dorinthia, and then immediately opened Sprayforge Braids, is what you needed. I'm like, okay. Then I opened the last box and got a Cold Foil Mask, and I'm like, I love this game.
Katsu main forever.
Yeah.
I remember buying like foil pink sink belows for like $3 each, and being like, I got a good feeling about these.
Good choices all around. How many cards, though, are in a Welcome to Wraith booster pack? It is, in fact, 16. It has remained consistent number of cards present in booster packs. Of course, there's tokens. Expansion slots, all that stuff. But we've kept the size consistent as far as the main sets go. All right, another question. Let's take a little bit more trivia. How many draftable Flesh and Blood sets exist? This one very easily provable, but having now been present for many of these draftable Flesh and Blood sets, getting a lot better at it, honestly. Like, I'm really pleased with how far we've come with Flesh and Blood draft in my time here. As I mentioned, started in Dynasty, so a non-draftable set, but soon after we were headed to our draftable sets, Bright Lights, and what do we have after Bright Lights? We then moved on to
We had Outsiders as well.
Outsiders. Yeah.
That was a good one.
Heavy hitters and stuff.
Yeah, and I feel like you really can kind of trace this trajectory of improvement, learning, And now we are, in fact, what number of sets deep? Hit me with it. 10 draftable sets deep, 10 different experiences. That's the coolest thing about Flesh and Blood Draft to me, is that all 10 of those, they really offer something different. Like they're a different way to play. In fact, they have different shapes. And that's a concept we've talked about a little bit over on our dev talks. Like the lanes you can get in while drafting, the different hero versus talent distributions we offer. They all present very different experiences.
Different like puzzles and different ways for people to figure them out. And I agree with you. I think the first draft that we worked on, Carol, was Tales of Aria, like way back in the day. And I see you chuckling there. It's an infamously great draft format.
Look, I like Tales of Aria draft. I'm going to defend you guys here. I enjoy it, even with Briar at full power.
Even 6 Briars in the pod, it's
I still enjoyed it.
I thought it was fun, but I just think thinking back to then versus like say some of our process and stuff now, I think we've just gotten a lot better over time.
Absolutely night and day.
I do feel like even if it's not your cup of tea, like even if the flavor or like the classes aren't your cup of tea, I think the draft experiences, like they just get better and better. So
Also, you mentioned one not being your cup of tea. There's another one right around the corner now. We don't have those droughts anymore that we had previously with a supplemental set in the middle where you might have 6 months between different draftable sets. You remember the unending Uprising draft competitive season. Fond memories of that format for sure, but we played it for a really, really long time.
Did it go Everfest Uprising Dynasty or something?
Yep, it did. Yeah, there was a lot of and now being able to just offer draft experience after draft experience feels like the game's in such a better place for it. All right, another question, another fab fact for you. Who was the first hero to reach Living Legend and Blitz?
Ooh, I do know this one.
So I mentioned my road to Natswin was with this hero. It wasn't in Blitz.
Okay.
But so this is one of my all-time favorite heroes, right up there with the Assassins for me.
I love this hero. Like, no, I was about to give a spoiler. Actually, I was about to just drop a big spoiler for the answer, so I'll just say I love this hero.
I was gonna say it's a lot different to the Assassins.
Everyone.
This one's actually strong. All right.
Chat. No.
Viserai, the first hero to reach Living Legend and Blitz, and that deck in Blitz was absurd. Just actually absurd. Kill you on turn 1 nonsense.
I remember vividly watching the top 8 of the Blitz calling with that one.
I think that was in Krakow.
And I think it was, right? And I feel when I, started to solidify my feelings there was a problem is when I saw like the Viz Mirror and they're both running Hope Merchants.
Alarm bells are going off.
And they just like immediately crack Hope Merchants like dig for the card and then someone finds it and it's like, oh, you're dead on turn 2.
That's for me. It's like a bit starts becoming a big red flag as Hope Merchants becomes the like go-to headpiece. Something's not right.
Something's wrong. But and I love this. I remember way back in Arcane Rising when he first came out. Wasn't the strongest hero around. This was in the very early days of FAB, but I was on like a personal mission to be like the first person to top 8, like a Road to Nats or whatever it was progressing in back then. I think it was Road to Nats, and I made it like all the way to this winning in, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna do it, and then like misplayed the final turn and lost, and I'm like, I think I'm still all good on breakers, and then it was none other than Jacob Pearson who beat me by like 0.01 on tiebreakers, demoted to 9th, and I was like, all right, whatever, I suck.
Yeah. And then like when Crucible came out, you just feel like you got all those tools.
The Ovarian Skies.
Dread Triptych, or like the kind of dig building opened up.
And huge shout out to all the people playing Viserai and Rosetta Meta as well. It's been so cool seeing people just like tune and work out their deck lists and stuff like that. With Nick, who won that Battle Hardened, I believe. And I've seen like Brody's list pop up. I've seen a bunch of people posting about them winning their Pro Quests. So many Viserai fans out there. I know he's been in a bit of a lull, so it's great to Viserai back in force.
Yeah, I absolutely love seeing Viserai part of the metagame, and I think he absolutely is part of the metagame. Like a very, very strong hero. We're going to see at Worlds if Viserai is maybe looking to get that huge signature win for the first time.
Yep.
I think Viserai is a hero that people have you mentioned forcing it. I remember a lot of people playing Viserai in the Starvo era.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was probably a mistake, but that deck was so fun to play. It was so hard to get away from. I played it a ton in that era as well. And I think Viserai just has that type of effect on people. A beautifully designed hero.
Bloodchase, Skeleta, Sonata Arcanix with like 20 rune chants. It's a rush.
Skeleta, Skeleta.
How about more Fab Facts? We'll take another question here. This one I know is going to speak to y'all very, very closely. How about when and where was the first calling event? You guys were involved from the very beginning of competitive Flesh and Blood. Do you remember kind of when you first heard about this event? What was the excitement like?
I know when I first heard. I know exactly when this event was for reasons that I'll say afterwards. But actually, I guess I can say it's not really a spoiler. So I was pretty hyped to hear about this event. I think it was like Tom or someone that said, "Oh, there's this calling event. There's all this prize money. I think it was like 10 grand or whatever." And I'm like, "All right, I'm so hyped. Like I've learned to play and stuff." And he's like, "Oh, it's in a couple of weeks." And I sort of just recently started dating my partner, and I'm like, all right. And then it got announced. I'm like, sweet, this is awesome. And then like a couple of weeks down, I realized it was also like on her birthday. And I was trying to justify it to myself. I'm like, like maybe I can just go in the morning and then we'll like catch up afterwards. And I'm like, no, this is going to start at 9 a.m. I'm going to be there till like 6 o'clock at night. It's not going to be a good start to this relationship. So,
If you top hated that, imagine that. Like,
yeah.
with Ricky on top A.
So I think I made the right decision though, skipping this one, but it was a very cool event. I was a little sad to miss it, but it was all good.
Well, I think y'all at home have probably figured out where this event was. Do you know when it was? Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the answer? It was, in fact, in Auckland, October 2019, just down the road here in Auckland. You know, we just discovered the other day, Kieran, that your partner and I share a birthday.
Yeah.
Which is very, very exciting news. I did not know that I actually share my anniversary with the birth of the calling scene, which obviously is a huge, huge part of my life. I've been to many, many callings, usually as a commentator. In fact, I've never participated in the calling. I've only been there as a commentator. But they've had a huge influence on my friendships, my ability to travel the world, my relationship with Flesh and Blood. Of course, before I worked for LSS on the development side, I did casting work. That was my very first exposure to Flesh and Blood. So it's hard to imagine me being in this seat right now without the calling circuit. And I know when I'm thinking of the folks who I know are hanging out in chat right now, and they're thinking of their friends from around the country, from around the world that they've shared these callings with, they're such an integral part of our mission of getting people together in the Flesh and Blood to play great games. I'm so thankful for the 5 years of callings we've had thus far, and I can anticipate many more exciting years of callings in the future.
Yeah, I love callings. Like, I just remember the first Classic Constructed calling I played was in Auckland in 2020, and I think early 2020, and I went there with like Carol and Rohan and Tom Penny, like some of the current devs these days, but it just really brought back that feeling of like when I used to play other card games competitively when I was younger and stuff, and we hadn't done this for a very, very long time. We just played amongst each other. But, you know, just waking up in the morning, I think we all drove there together, and you feel like the nerves kick in. You're just like checking
down for the players meeting.
checking your deck list. You get the early buy some sleeves, re-sleeve your deck and everything. And it's just, James came in and did the speech, and it's like, players, take your seats. And I'm just like, I'm feeling it. Like, there's nothing like it. I love callings.
For sure. How about another Fab Fact? This one has been out there before. I know this has been discussed. What was Bravo's original name? Get to it, chat. What do you have for us? Do you know Bravo's original name? Bravo, another hero. I think when I was early on in my Flesh and Blood journey, Bravo spoke to me as kind of like that simple on-ramp, the thing which presented a very clear set of goals, very clear play pattern. And in fact, I remember there was a very, very brief period where I talked myself into Bravo being a good choice in the Starvo meta. Now, I was wrong, like just hard wrong.
Excuse me?
Yeah. But despite that fact, I think the hero has had a really cool storied history across his involvement with the game. And I'm very glad, actually, it ended up with the name Bravo as opposed to the other name, which we'll reveal shortly, because Bravo just sings so much better.
It's awesome. And actually, the Starvo thing reminds me, Brad, I'm going to do a minor call out of you. Back in the Starvo days, I remember, I think you posted like a picture of Earthlore Bounty.
Earthlore Bounty Starvo.
And you're like, man, I'm just going to put it out there. The Starvo players are really sleeping on this guy.
And I will tell you, I believe I got Vespa's first qualification on the back of him going to my website, arenadecklist.com, that I ran at the time, and I just published a Flesh and Blood article because I wanted to, and he took my deck list from that, and he qualified for
Okay.
And look where he
Probably the
is
Pro
now.
Tour. And now he's one of the highest rated ELO players in the entire world.
Oh, that's surprise. Give me the smackdown.
Just saying, man, it's still possible they were sleeping. It's still possible.
As soon as that question went up, Clark Jansen, correct answer in the chat, like instantly.
Just instantly had it. All right, it sounds like the chat already knows. Why don't we go ahead and reveal Bravo's original name? It was in fact Bravant. We use that name later on down the road for the Tolarian Community College collaboration in that box set. Of course, Bravant, now a real hero in the game as well, protecting players all around UPF tables every single day. But definitely not the right name for Bravo. That whole huge bombastic personality, I think Bravo named Bravant just wouldn't have sung the same way.
You know, in the song, no one walks like Bravo, no one talks like.
And shout out to Clark for just checking it out there straight away, zero hesitation.
Yeah,
Just
living that Bravo life for sure.
Long time fan of the game.
Yeah.
All right, another question. First Flesh and Blood card ever printed. So I'm assuming this means coming off the production lines, a physical card in hand for the first time. Now, again,
See who gets this
So
right.
Monarch was the first to design.
right, so clearly we're just printing all the Monarch cards. It's got to be something in
Bolt of
Monarch.
Courage.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, and I think again, this is one. There's so much lore out there, so many stories. I do think people know the answer to this, and it might be some select folks who know the answer to it. Some of which who might be sitting on the couch next to me, but there are definitely folks who know the answer and have maybe even encountered some of these first Flesh and Blood cards printed in the wild. I know until I started working here, I had no knowledge of this whatsoever. I did not know
There's
this.
someone in the chat who got it already.
got it?
There's a lot of different. Yeah, there's a lot of different answers coming through here. Yeah, a lot of people saying stuff like Iris, seeing a lot of.
That makes
Iris
sense.
is a good
It's
guess.
the
Yeah.
first kind of like blitz deck. Ira came out before Welcome to Wraith actually was published.
A few
so-
people guessing cracked bauble. Interesting.
Oh, I see where they're coming from. That
a
makes
lot of
Sink
the-
below, some sink below.
There's some hard to find elves in there, some sink belows, a few dawn blades.
A lot of the community OGs have gotten it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think I
surprised.
know.
Why don't we go ahead and reveal the answer? It was, in fact, iron wrought equipment. And there's a little story here about, I think it's called the Slingshot Underground.
Slingshot
Is that
Underground,
right?
yep.
Yeah, why don't you tell the story, Kieran? I know you're actually in possession of some of this, right?
I am not the full set, but there's we won't get into that. So I actually didn't know the full story, but Chris G was actually just telling me before. So these were I know like James and Chris ran like a website selling like singles, like Yu-Gi-Oh singles or something a long time ago, and when they were like starting to make the game, MJ on the creative team, who's been here since the start, like does some really really cool art for the game. So she put together like a comic, which is, I believe, James, basically his challenges in like making the game or like trying to like
The
crack in the industry. So like taking on like the giants of the industry and then basically saying like, you know what, I'm gonna make my own game. I've designed it and it sounds really, really cool. And from what I understand, you had to like sign up for like the newsletter and then you got things for the comic. And then when the game actually, maybe before it came out or around that time, everyone who signed up was sent the Slingshot Underground test print iron rod equipment, and actually came with a written note as well from James, just thanking people for like believing in the game and saying there's something cool coming soon. And another little like fun little trivia fact is the chest and the arms, I think that's correct, were actually misprinted. So there's very, very few of them out there in the world. I don't know the exact number, but basically I think they got printed with the text for like, so like the Iron Rod chest would say like when Iron Rod helm was destroyed, so it was misprinted. And so I think a bunch of them got shredded, so there's like very, very few of them out there in the world. But yeah, like a really cool backstory to that. And I remember that there's the first guy from Europe to actually sign up for this as well. He got sent the full set, so he has the full set and the thing. I'm sure that's worth a pretty penny these days. But I just thought it was a really cool backstory to like to the first cards ever being printed, those Slingshot Undergrounds. They have a white back on the back as well because they're test prints. So yeah, it's cool.
Maybe a bit of a grail for the collectors out there. Again, this is all just part of this ever accumulating lore history behind the game, these cool little stories. And I love that the OGs are in the chat and they just know, like they have this knowledge. They've heard these stories before, and now we're getting to share it with this huge group of new players who have joined us over this 5-year journey, and they'll get to share it on the 10th year anniversary stream and answer these questions correctly.
So there was like the precursor to, you know, the gold foils coming in like the black LSS envelopes these days. Like those original ones back then, they were sent in like the nice LSS envelopes and all that.
And stuff.
Had a little Fab Christmas card and stuff on the I think. It's really cool stuff.
Nice, nice.
And shout out to On Head Effect for getting it first in chat, I believe.
Cool. Another question. First Fab art ever commissioned. So, again, I'm all about the simple answers today. Surely if Iron Rot equipment is the first card printed, this has just got to be Iron Rot again, right? That's the simplest answer, the obvious answer.
Right? Maybe.
Surely.
I feel I'm just going to keep quiet because I feel I started off that calling one with like, this won't be a spoiler, and then immediately
Then just spoiled it? Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's talk about just a broad question around the art of Fab. How about just favorite Fab art pieces of all time? Anything stand out to you as just the piece that speaks to you more than anything else? I know, Carol, you're an artist, so I'm sure the art of the game has a special place in your heart, even beyond our own relationship.
Yeah,
with it.
for sure. Like Sonata Arcanix is one of my. Not only do it's my favorite card from design, but I feel like the art piece is amazing as well. But like when it comes to like playmats, I feel like playmats are a great way to enjoy Flesh and Blood art because you kind of get it blown up from the size of the card. Is definitely Riftbind. I don't know why. Like I'm not even that big on Chain back in the day or anything, but I just love the art of Riftbind.
It's like, you know, you like some music like Iron Maiden and Opeth and stuff like that. So
Maybe
some of that.
I think it's the colors. I don't know. It just kind of pops.
Yep. No, that's really cool.
How about you guys? Anything stand out as far as the art collection?
I only have memory of the last set. Like whenever these questions get asked,
You just erased the next set.
everything before is gone. But my current favorite is probably Gone in a Flash.
Okay.
When we saw that for the first time, I was like, that is really nice.
Yeah, I think Rosetta as a whole just really sings.
Yeah,
For sure.
I think mine is definitely just the classic, my favorite card in the game, favorite art still, Enlightened Strike. Love Enlightened Strike. It's like I've got the playmat, you know, I've got the foil. So, the two, it's just like one of those like absolutely iconic Fab cards, and I think they just crushed it right out of the gate with that. Strike. What about you? Actually, I know what you're going to say, but tell us anyway.
Well, no, you don't.
I
because-
don't. Oh, okay.
You might have, and I had clear answers to this for a very long time, but in the next as yet unannounced set, and I don't even think you guys have seen this yet because we were just starting to take a look at this product for the first time. There is a piece of art on an extremely powerful card that is just bonkers. You guys are going to know it as soon as you see it, and when we get to that point, we'll talk about it again, but keep your eyes open in the next set.
Okay.
Spoilers?
Okay.
Any
no
hints?
spoilers.
Yeah, any spoilers, Brian?
Not on us.
No, we'll talk about it offline. It's good though. It's really, really good.
We've only had 2 people guess it actually.
Okay.
In the chat.
Let's reveal it. Let's go ahead and put it on the screen. It is Brutal Assault. This is one that I absolutely did not know.
Do you know how I discovered this one actually originally? Is when we were moving office one time. We were like collecting up all our stuff and everything. And I saw like, you know, packed away with our stuff we were taking to the next office, this like framed sheet. And I looked at it and it's just a bunch of like brutal assaults.
Kieran just tosses it in the bin. He's like, I don't need that anymore.
So, you know, so they're being like, oh, it's more trash. No, but I think I picked it up. I think I just asked Chris G, you know, Chris G, Mr. TCG just knows kind of everything. And I was like, oh, Chris, like, why do we have these framed? What's the deal with this? And he's
In the shredder? Oh.
yeah, but he was just like, this was actually the first Fab art that we ever commissioned. And I was like, that's so cool. So I chuck this in the bin or
Mr. Classic, please don't.
So I think it's probably up here somewhere in the office. You know, maybe we'll go in the Fab Museum one day or something.
Now that you say that, I feel like it is hanging somewhere in the office.
Yeah.
I feel like I've walked by it.
Yep.
Interesting.
But, yeah, so the more you know.
Okay. Next Fab fact here. We've talked about this one before. What was Flesh and Blood's original name? I think chat's going to get this one pretty quickly. There are some hints out there in the real world as well as to what Flesh and Blood's original name was. I think this was revealed to me by James pretty early on in my tenure with Flesh and Blood, as he was telling me some stories about the early days. I will say I prefer Flesh and Blood. I think we got to the right name in the end. And I don't think this name is bad. I think it's a fine name. But I think the dual meaning of Flesh and Blood just carries so much more weight.
For sure,
right? It
yeah.
speaks to the world. It speaks to the way we experience this game.
I feel like there's been so many times where I've been talking to people who don't know about the game or maybe don't know like trading cards generally, and I'm like, oh, it's called Flesh and Blood, and they're like, oh, okay, and then I go through the thing, and I'm like, and it's called that because like it's about getting together in the flesh and blood through the common language of great games, and they're like, that's so cool. Really like this, and yeah, the alternate name doesn't quite have the same ring to it, but I actually remember, though, I don't know if you recall, Carol, when we first started working here, a couple of times there would be like, you know, this veiled reference to like the original name, and then we were like, oh, what was it? And it might have been like Jason Chung or Chris. It's like, oh no, we can't tell you. You know, it's like it was a thing that was like,
You guys weren't in the circle of trust.
yeah, it wasn't meant to be out there in the world, and
Still
then
contracting it.
and then when I heard, I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember a lot of the chat got it
got
right.
this, yeah.
But yeah, for me, it was definitely was really when we started working on heavy hitters that it was
Yep.
kind of like really brought up a lot.
Yep. And that is, of course, hinting towards the name. It is Death Match, the original name for Flesh and Blood. Of course, Death Match Arena in Heavy Hitters paying homage to that concept. Okay, next Fab Fact here. And this, I believe, this is the big one. This is the giveaway question. So, Jayli, show them what they are working with here. Beautiful uncut sheet. Who you got on that sheet, by the way?
I think we've got three box skins.
Okay.
3 unsheathed Lightning Greaves, Splatter Skull, and an extended art 10 foot tall.
Not bad. A pretty nice
10-foot
uncut
tall.
sheet.
Bring it right into the camera, bro.
All right, man.
And this question asking about, there we go.
There we
We'll
go,
get a
there we
little
go.
assist on the close up.
Ooh.
Love these uncut sheets. They've been on prize walls
so
all
shiny.
across the world at callings, at Pro Tours, at World Championships. Of course, if you're heading to Osaka, you'll have the chance potentially gather some tickets, get one of those for your own collection. But the question is, to the nearest 1,000, how many Flesh and Blood Armory events have been run worldwide? So we're absolutely picking a winner for this. We're going to put a timer up. We're going to let you go ahead and fire off some guesses here. You got 1 minute to get these guesses down in the chat.
Can we guess?
If we get someone close.
There's some people getting pretty close.
Okay.
Good luck, Alex, going through all of these.
On our producer,
This
Alex,
one's pretty. This one's
to
pretty
figure out
close.
who the winner is here.
Ooh, someone was super close.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and look at that. There's a Chris Gehring who's got it exactly.
Wait, Mr. Classic.
I think.
Now, is this like Price is Right rules? Do you have Price is Right in Auckland?
Okay, I think.
All right.
Okay,
So
I think
Price is Right rules say you can't go over. You have to be the closest without going over.
without going over.
Yeah, is that the rule here?
I thought we were just
I don't know, man.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
like closest from both sides. I'd
Okay.
say.
Timer's running out here quickly. All right, time is in fact up now, and it falls on Alex to scroll through chat. Go ahead and identify our winner. But there is your answer. There have been 162,000 Armory events run
someone get it?
worldwide, and it sounds like maybe
the
we got
dot.
it on the dot.
162. How do you do that?
We are scrolling right now.
I don't know. Someone's hacking our backend or something.
Yeah,
How
I
do you
know.
guess that on the?
That's a hell of a guess right there. And it's a hell of a number, honestly. Just a ridiculous amount of Armory events around the world. When you actually think 162,000 times people got together with their Flesh and Blood cards, sat down, and battled throughout the day.
Yeah, this
decide who'd
isn't
be
this
Armory
isn't
champion.
games. This is like full
Events.
That is a lot of armor events. Like,
It's so weird because, like, I feel like as humans we are desensitized to large numbers,
Yep.
large large occurrences, but when you actually consider 162,000 times people are getting together and playing this great game, it's actually mind blowing.
yeah, that's a lot. I mean, if you average that out over the history, that's like nearly like 1,000 armories.
I
a
don't
week
do
or
math.
something
I don't
crazy
deal
like
with
that.
math, Kieran, but it's a lot of
Yeah.
people. It's a lot of people.
I don't know the math, but it's like so many armor, and it's so cool. And I think we were just talking about this the other day a little bit, how you can basically go to any major city in the world. Like, you know, you fly in there, and maybe you're there for that, maybe you're not, and you're just like, oh, I don't really know that many people here. You got a local game
do
store.
now.
You can probably just play an Armory, and suddenly you've got at least 7 other friends. I mean,
it's beautiful how it can just bring you together with people no matter where you are on the globe. It sounds like we have determined a winner. Is that correct?
maybe we have to come back. Maybe we have to.
We will sort this out. We will get you a winner. We will let you know. We promise somebody is getting a hold of that beautiful uncut sheet very shortly. We're just going to check the chat and make sure we are putting it in the right hands. So stay with us. We will announce a winner to that in just a little bit. Cool stuff there from Fab Trivia. I'm happy we got to share some of this secret lore behind the scenes. A lot more secrets will be revealed today. Maybe some about the future of Flesh and Blood. There is a big announcement coming up at the end of the stream, but also we're going to battle a little bit. We're going to play some Flesh and Blood. It would not be a celebration unless we took the time to go ahead and actually get together in the Flesh and Blood and play a little bit of CC. It's going to be Jason Lai
and Mr. Class. And
you're not in this part.
Maybe later, buddy.
Mr. Classic. There's going to be Jason Lai piloting, I would say, your favorite hero.
My favorite hero by far.
Is it just your favorite hero, period, at this point?
I think so.
Okay.
To play, just the gameplay is just phenomenal, in my opinion.
Yeah, of course, talking about Aurora, Shooting Star.
Aurora.
I'm going to be taking a list, I believe, inspired by Bartosz Zemba, of course, second place finisher at the last Pro Tour, second place finisher at 2 Pro Tours now. Bartosz, I know you're going to get that. It's just around the corner, I promise.
Next one.
Yeah, next one. Taking a list inspired by him from Calling Leon, I believe, correct?
Yep, that's right. Fun fact, I actually, my first game at Worlds was against Bartosz. I got smashed.
I think a lot of people have gotten smashed by Bartosz over the years.
So you say we hide the wrong person?
We'll get him next time.
Yeah.
You're going to be taking on a different Polish player this go around. Taking on Carol.
And you'll also get smashed.
Yeah. And Carol's coming to the table with a hero that isn't legal yet. You cannot play this hero at your local armories quite yet, but after Worlds, you will be able to. It is, of course, Ira, adult Ira, something that OGs like you have been clamoring for.
People have been waiting for this moment
for a very long time. And Carol, you're actually going to be using a list inspired by the person who defeated Bartosz. It is Shoma Yamamura, our reigning Pro Tour champion. Put together a little Ira list online, and you took a lot of inspiration from that.
Yep.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, do you think a hero has an edge in this matchup? How are you feeling about your chances?
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. I think it's a hero that just the turn by turn is great damage, consistency's there. No instance that will give me no block hands. So, yeah, feeling pretty confident.
I feel like I've got a free win here.
Oh,
hey.
Well, that's more to do with the player than the matchup.
Oh, I love the trash talk
Trash
starting
talk
up.
has started.
I'm
Very
just kind of
nice.
hoping that, like, Carol starts pulling off this comeback, and Jason just like, it's happening again.
I'm gonna get smashed again. I hate Poland.
You heard it here first. J-Li hates Poland. Remember that, Team Poland. He said it out loud. Don't ever let him forget that.
These Polish players have my number.
All right, so we don't talk about it here. We be about it. We're going to go ahead and get our players ready down in our makeshift feature match area. We're going to take a little break to get that sorted. While we do that, we're going to give you a sneak peek behind the scenes at our marketing department. Some ideas that they try and bring to the table. Sometimes someone's got to step in and say no, but today nobody's saying no. These are rejected marketing ideas you're going to take a chance to have a look at, and we'll be back with some Flesh and Blood action in just a few.
finishing your games, remember to DG. After finishing your games, remember to
I'm pretty sure I'm tripping right now. that was a lot. Don't forget the DG, I guess.
Don't forget the DG or Mr. Classic will find you.
All right. It sounds like our players are just about ready down in the feature match area. I feel like I have immediately seamlessly transitioned to broadcasting mode. As soon as I put this headset on, I'm in the zone, Kieran. I'm feeling it.
The voice changes. You got your casting mode on.
Yeah.
I'm pretty hyped for this game.
No, it's going to be fun. Ira has been a lot of fun internally. It's been a lot of fun exploring what she's going to go ahead and do in the CC meta. We have a few different takes on it, but we're going to leave that up to community to go ahead and figure out exactly where Ira is going to lie. So we kick things off by looking at Shoma's list. Anything stand out to you about Shoma's list as we get ready for this match?
One thing I quite like about his deck is the looking for a scrap interaction. So you're just thinking for Ira, you kind of want these one cost cards sometimes to pair with. So you can pitch a blue, attack with your daggers twice, and then come in again. But he's sort of taken that to change that a little bit up with the looking for a scrap. So you can play a number of one power combo cards, which interact with your Flick Flacks really nicely. And that just gives you another tool on top of things like Bittering Thorns. That means you're not necessarily trapped into just going, say, attack with dagger into a command and conquer or attack into take the tempo. You can actually weave your lines a little bit, maybe kick things off with looking for a scrap into like a Bittering Thorns for 5 or something like that.
Yeah, it feels like when Ira is present in Blitz, and she was an absolute metagame terror in Blitz, it was a lot more about 1 into 2 cost. Like it was Kodachi into 2 cost over and over and over again. But I think the CC profile might be a little bit different. I think those 1s are going to have a lot more to do with Ira's success here. So looking at the loadout for Carol's side, it is a double Kodachi setup. Mask of Momentum, of course, ready to threaten that devastating on-hit. Then a pretty standard setup beyond that. Carol kicks things off here with Harmonized Kodachi.
I just want to point out, look at that hero art. That's pretty damn sweet for the Ira there. And in terms of bling points, I think Jason is in the lead here with that EA Face Purgatory and EA Tunic.
Yeah, both players really stepping up their bling game here. Kodachi for 2 the second time, and then just closes things off here with E-Strike for 7. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of leakage here on this first turn. Carol choosing to get aggressive, knowing Aurora could potentially get caught with those no blocks in hand. Jason Lai going to kick things off at 37 for his first go-around.
Yeah, I think Carol's got to be pretty happy with that, pushing 3 damage on the first turn, getting an Arsenal card as well set up, and, you know, not letting Jason get some of those, like, play out the Channel Lightning Valley, make it an embodiment sort of opening turns.
On Jason's side is going with Face Purgatory. I think this is a great matchup for Face Purgatory, using that as covering up big attack. You know, a lot of times you get priced into defending with your Face Purgatory on a smaller attack. You don't get the full defensive value out of it because you really want that draw discard effect. In this case, though, big attacks often closing out turns from Ira should find nice targets for that Face Purgatory.
Yeah, I'll attack for 1, no tricks.
Yeah, I didn't buy it either, Carol. It is just going to be Electrostatic Discharge coming down. Current Funnel, the follow-up here. I think an absolute all-star in these Lightning decks. A glue piece, but it does the job so well.
Yep, so just coming in for 5 here. So he's got the 2 floats, so potentially just looking at putting an embodiment of lightning down.
Yeah, it is embodiment, and Aurora kicking off the turn with embodiment feels so different from an Aurora without the embodiment of lightning in play.
Yep, just really opens up those lines a little bit. And we see Carol running the Tide Flippers for his Arcane Barrier here, just for those Arc Lightning turns most likely.
Kick things off with Kodachi one more time, 4-1.
You're right about the Face Purgatory, just really nice for things like Flying Kick that Ira likes to run. Ira also quite often likes to finish off with a big attack and then park something like Defense Reaction and Arsenal. So if you're able to cut that off as well, you just get some incredible value.
Yeah, and here we are seeing that 1-1-1 pattern. Kodachi into a Sensor here to go ahead and close out the chain. Interesting to see if Carol hits here what he names. Anything spring out as a target to mind for you, Classic?
I mean, stuff like Gone in a Flash or even Arc Lightning if you're wanting to just stop some of the really early pressure. Could even name stuff like Snatch as well, just to remove some of these on-hits, burn up Shock. There's a lot of good targets in this deck.
Jason having to think here. Thinking about a Razor Reflex, perhaps?
Yep, so it's going to defend out for 5 here.
Yep. I'll sigil.
No immediate tricks from Carol. Just going to go ahead and sigil, gain a bit of life, head back up to a healthy 40.
And Sigil, one of those cool cards in this deck, because when you thread in your draw triggers off Mask of Momentum or Snatch, it's kind of nice if you have a card in hand. They're like, oh, they've already got a card in hand. What are they going to do with another one? Then you Sigil in Arsenal.
Sizzle into Entwined Lightning here. Entwined Lightning getting to go again from that embodiment of Lightning. So 7 on offer. 2 cards left for Jason. Card in hand, card in arsenal.
Yep, and even if you have the Lightning card here, you don't want to fuse because you've already got the go again, so why give away that information?
That could be looking at something like just a Starfall activation into another embodiment, perhaps. Some damage does leak here. And looks like Sigil from Jason as well out of the arsenal heads back up to 37. Sigil of Solace really coming into its own in this metagame.
Now, I really want to see how much Carol tries to pressure here because Jason does have the Tunic Trigger coming up, but no embodiment of Lightning on this turn. So if Carol's able to threaten some disruption or strip a number of cards, it could start to try and put Jason on the back foot early.
Yeah, great time to think about using that Ira ability to go ahead and pump something up, get to like a 7 power Command and Conquer, a classic Ira play. But 3 cards in hand, maybe wanted to defend a little bit more if that was the route we were going to go down. So let's see what Carol has cooking on this turn cycle.
Yeah, so I think I spotted a Bittering Thorns in his hand as well. So that's going to be, could be very, very nice here.
Yeah, it looks like Snatch as well potentially in hand. So a pretty effective hand at offering some challenging breakpoints and some capacity to go wide here.
So Bittering Thorns for 4. So yeah, definitely threatening this on hit because Jason's got to be thinking if this is like a CNC in hand, that's going to be coming in for 8 if this hits with the Ire ability plus Bittering Thorns. So he's going to respect that by defending for 4 here.
Yeah, finds a block here using the Lightning Greaves plus a Static Shock to go ahead and do a full cover. And just a follow-up Snatch here from Carol. No go again on this one.
Oh, so a good read from Jason there. Carol's sort of repping the Razor Reflex potentially.
You can tell Jason's already sweating Razor Reflex potential. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if there's Razor Reflexes in Carol's list, but I think Jason has talked himself into a problem that may not exist.
Yep. So one thing, by playing the Tide Flippers instead of the Snapdragon Scalers, these plays are a little less threatening. But is he going to get a defense reaction from Jason here? I think he'd be pretty happy with that. No, he's just going to take it.
Takes the damage.
What is happening right now?
Carol with a bit of an IP penalty there. Did not effectively use the entire hand, but you could tell it put Jason in the blender, was sweating the contents of those last few cards.
Oh my god, he's good.
Oh, and Carol sniffing it out that time, figuring out it was a Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, getting in front of that Starfall. Very, very wisely. Of course, the 2 block value on that Flex Clause, it was a good time to commit that to the defense. Weakest link coming down of defense of the Static Shock. It is going to go ahead and hit here. And a card for Jason. I think that last card in hand is another Sigil. Yeah, that's going to be used in this spot. Heads back up to 35.
Ooh, and he didn't find the Lightning card there to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around. So big win for Carol on that turn, I think.
Yeah, both players failing to use their entire hand across this last turn cycle.
Yeah, because I really got the sense he was really hoping to find that Lightning card, make the embodiment, stick the Channel Lightning Valley for another turn.
Bit of a gamble, may not have paid off for Jason. Kadachi offering 2. Flex Clause here coming down, also threatening that Mask of Momentum trigger.
Ooh.
Wow, now you really see the pain of having lost that Channel Lightning Valley.
Yep.
This would have snowballed quite hard in Jason's favor.
Yeah, so got him with the digital summary. You're absolutely right, Brian. I mean, if this was 5 cards coming in with the Channel Lightning Valley still active, that would have been pretty devastating.
So no embodiment to kick off the turn here.
Oh, he promised him no tricks. So
If he promised, I mean, you can't take that back. I think that's that full art flittering charge, right?
electrostatic discharge. He's running out. Oh, maybe he's got the flittering as well.
Yeah, flittering is on the chain. Electrostatic discharge is going to go ahead and provide the instant for it. And then Entwine Lightning to wrap things up. So nice output here from Jason. Nothing too oppressive, just chipping away.
And one thing Carol hasn't been able to do is offer some disruption, so we'll see if that's going to start coming up.
But it hasn't mattered all that much so far. Just leveraging these Kodachis well, getting damage in when it makes sense to, and kind of asking Jason, what's the worst you can do? And right now, it hasn't been all that much. Like, Jason hasn't really put together one of those explosive Aurora turns yet, but does here find a good opportunity to go ahead and commit that face purgatory for near full value. As we said, you know, a lot of times you don't expect decks to go ahead and offer numbers as high as 7. There's a lot of 4s in the current format. But here, face purgatory finds both a good block and some disruption and an additional card for Jason. You see when this card's operating at its fullest, how strong it can be.
Such an incredible card, and I think he had the perfect block for 7 on your 7 into the draw, so really, really nice to Jason there. So Carol getting a little bit of breathing room though, facing down a 3-card hand plus obstacle, no embodiment of lightning just yet.
Looks like a Gone in a Flash turn here potentially for Jason.
Yes, it looks like he had that Arcanic Shockwave Gone in a Flash. It's just, can he get some access to that go again? Maybe an instant to pair with the Lightning Grooves.
There's just going to be a fused Shockwave here. One Arcane does succeed.
So was that the electromagnetic somersault coming in?
It is going to be a somersault, yeah, and that's going to go ahead and allow a pitch here to go ahead and make an embodiment of lightning. So setting up potentially for that Gone in a Flash turn in the future.
So again, Carol with a lot of cards to work with here. Does have that tunic up.
Yeah, if you're Jason, you really want to avoid disruption here. You would love to go ahead and play this entire hand.
Yep, and on Carol's side, he's really hoping for something like a Weakest Link, CNC, Erase Face, those style of cards to throw off this turn.
Yeah, didn't go Kodachi into 2 cost, so I think that's a bit of a sigh of relief if you're in Jason's seat. You really didn't want to see a 7 power CNC here. The 1 cost follow-up is going to be Censor once again, so this is going to put a lot of pressure on Carol if Jason wants to gamble here and just take this and force Carol to name the correct thing. The problem is he did reveal a Gone in the Flash on the last turn cycle.
And I'll name Arc Lightning.
Now maybe it was one of the pitched cards for Jason when he played the embodiment.
Yeah, so he somersaulted, I believe he pitched that away with the Arcanic Shockwave in the end. So he named Arc Lightning, which I think when you're 10 life ahead, it's just the card to name.
Yeah, and that's very reasonable, but Jason did find another copy of Gone in a Flash here that he will be able to use should he choose.
Carol having a bit of fun naming that sensor card. So yeah, with the Gone in a Flash embodiment token, Lightning Grooves up, maybe he can just make something happen here, even without the Arc Lightning, if he has that set up. But here we see like the power of Ira, right? 10 life ahead now, just chipping away consistently, 1 into 2 into big attack.
Yeah, hasn't done anything flashy thus far, just playing mostly Kodachi into generic.
It'd be cool to see if we get the Tiger, the Shuko on the arms there as well. I know he has cards like Flex Claws, which generates a Tiger to help turn on the Shuko, which you can pair together with some of your combo cards at the end as well. Ooh, and is that one of those beautiful...
That is a Command and Conquer. That is a Kasai Command and Conquer coming down with Go Again. Followed up here by another Flittering Charge. Potential for more Go Again. This one is going to get the job done. Electrostatic Discharge. Carol has the reaction at the ready in the form of Fate Foreseen. One of the things I really like about the way Carol's list is built is that you're very content just doing what he's done thus far, playing this chip game. However, once Jason's life total gets into a vulnerable range, Carol's going to potentially find something like those Bittering Thorns looking for a scrap turns and get a little wide and get some offensive output in a moment that it may just be curtains for Jason if he has to commit some key cards that he was relying on to generate offense.
Yeah, and again, and I believe I spotted a sink below in Carroll's hand. He's going to be pretty happily. Okay, let's. Oh, and the Tunic Kadachi, I like that. Keep the damage ticking over. So if he's able to park like a sink below here, for example, he's still like 4 life ahead at this point. Jason has no embodiment. Yeah. And Carol's very content to wait here, just block out a couple of cards, find that disruption.
Thus far, the Polish curse looking real against Jason Lai. Carol firmly in control. However, we should note, thus far, Jason has only shown 1 Channel Lightning Valley, no Arc Lightnings. There's a lot more explosive potential left in this deck. Went for a Lightning Press there. Carol ready with the sink below to go ahead and cover up.
And I want to see what Carol's got following up, because choosing to defend with the Command and Conquer, particularly when your opponent plays a card without Go Again, indicates to me that he might have some sort of additional piece of disruption in his hand here, because otherwise it's very tempting just to like throw down that CNC.
Kicking these off with E-Strike here for 7.
Okay, potentially another option is a little light on resources on this hand. Didn't have the blue to pair them all together.
Makes a lot of sense. I also think there's a high value on damage for Carol right now. With Jason at 22, a deck that typically does not defend all that well, face Purgatory already burnt. I think there is a good chance for Carol to go ahead and look to take the offensive at this moment in the game.
Yeah, particularly, just the grass with that 1 more block on the grass and Tunic in a pinch. So it does have the embodiment of lightning here.
Lightning Surge fired off here. Going to benefit from that embodiment of lightning. Get Go Again.
So this is kind of a cool play. So he did have that CNC in hand as well, but choosing to use the Go Again on the Lightning Surge already had it. I wonder if a bit of mind game's going on, trying to weave a bit of disruption in. Ooh,
Carol always with the defense reaction at the ready. This one, Flick Flap coming down. We'll see if there's a combo card to go ahead and pair as well further down the chain. Starfall damage is good. Carol going to take 2. How does Jason close out this particular combat chain? Command and Conquer one more time.
So Carol does have an option with the combo card. If he wants to get aggressive, is maybe like push that Tunic in plus a card. But in this spot, he might just be happy defending this out as well.
Ooh. Yeah, and he's going to give the full grip. It was all 2 blocks, but commits them all to the defense there. Patient play from Carol.
Yep. Now that one's going to hurt a little bit for him. Like a really nice opportunity for him to take tempo there.
Oh my God. Can I see an arc lightning, or is that not possible?
Seems not possible thus far, Jason. Sorry.
I think we might have like snuck a few out of the deck before this started.
Yeah, he wasn't paying attention.
He just said, Kieran, you can cyber for you, right? Yeah, bro, no problem.
Playing this one on hard mode.
So 6 life behind, but like you mentioned, can make that up very quickly, particularly with this card.
Yeah, Burn Up Shock going to kick things off here, offering 1 Arcane and threatening an additional 4 on any hits that may occur. Starfall kicks things off here with Go Again. Carol's going to want to defend all over the place here. Does find a spot for his 2 block to get full value, and it looks like E-Strike coming down at 5 Go Again, I'm assuming. Looks like last card in hand is Snatch.
Yeah, and I was wondering if he is going to pick up the Shuko on this one.
Seems like a good opportunity to get some equipment involved. Has a Flick Flack again. And there's the Snatch. Do we have a combo card to go ahead and be paired with the Flick Flack? Yes, we do.
Oh, but the lightning press, master.
The press is ready out of the arsenal. At a critical moment for Jason. Lots of damage and arsenal for the next turn. Big win on that turn cycle.
Massive. Got 6 damage and the card.
Carroll been flush with defense reactions throughout this game, but in a key moment didn't have it there.
Yeah. That was a very conservative player. Much to his detriment.
Does he have the disruption here? This really wants like a CNC.
And he does have
he's
it
got
off the Tunic resource. Offers CNC. Good time for that.
And I like the way he did this because you can just CNC for 7 there, but because of the grasp, it probably doesn't make a huge difference. I think you just want to keep chipping the damage. Like you mentioned, life is actually starting to become very important for both players. So just picking up 2 cards here feels like a big win.
I agree with you, Classic.
The issue is more that this is masked than anything.
Yeah, he wants to really deny that on hit, keep Carroll off an arsenal for the next cycle. I get it.
Ooh, it's going to pick up 3 cards here. Yeah, this is the moment I talked about. Jason's going, it's happening again.
Just 3 cards put back and forth on CNCs for both these players.
I like how I'm moving that mask up onto the combat chain.
Just let him know. Let him know it's coming.
It's in that next hand, man. You can smell it.
Yeah, and he gives the 3 cards here. But has a somersault.
Only getting 1 back,
Only
1 card back.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's something. Just able to offer 4 here.
Now, if Jason has, like, I don't know, I was going to say Lightning Valley, but that wouldn't do too much because it would die right away. All right, now can Carroll keep the disruption rolling? Because there's got to be an Arc Lightning coming up soon.
Yeah, I think he's got it. He's finally got an Arc Lightning in hand, as it in conjunction with what looked to be Burn Up Shock and a couple others. Not quite sure the rest of the texture, but Carroll, as Carroll is wont to do, kicks things off with Kodachis here. 2 cards in hand still, so can still be offering some disruption on the back end.
Oh, is Jason actually considering defending to stop Mars Trigger? Probably really doesn't want to do that if you have access to the Arc Lightning.
It's going to depend a lot on what that Arsenal card is. How good is that card at contributing to a big Arc Lightning turn?
Yeah, and I mean, Jason did invest 3 cards into stopping it. It was a Mars Trigger as well. But it does indicate that it's something he wants to hold on to. And potentially a Flickerbus. We did see him, I believe, pitch one earlier.
He's going to go ahead and defend this Kodachi. Looking to stop Mask. Torrent of Tempo, the follow-up here. Just a 1 for 5 right now. Looks like it's getting more cards on the defense, and that's going to go ahead and end the turn here for Carroll. Action passes back to Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is trying to set something up further down the deck, but that life total getting low right now.
So I believe he did pitch that Flickerwisp earlier, so I think maybe Carroll's commenting that he's trying to pair those 2 cards together. The Flickerwisp with the Arc Lightning is very strong. And the players are starting to like get through the deck.
Does Jason have that much time, though? That's the thing that's worrying me right now, and especially knowing what Carroll's deck is capable of, although we've seen Jason play around perhaps a Phantom Razor Reflex, so he may not know exactly what Carroll's working with, but me knowing that he does have access to those looking for a scrap turns, those more explosive turns, I'm a little afraid at that 15 life.
Yeah, because I mean, I reckon you can easily, you think of it as this mid-range slower deck, but it can easily push out 15 damage plus on a turn.
I think it's going to be really critical for Carroll to leverage 5 cards here.
Yep.
Is able to seize full tempo. Kicks things off by pitching a Sigil into the Kodachi. Not a great start thus far.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to hide a little bit of information here. Because this tells me either he's like very light on resources or he's trying to string together a very strong turn.
And it looks just like a race face. He's very light on resources. Far too many reds. Erase face devastating against Aurora.
Yeah, we see Jason choosing to bring in a few defensive cards in this matchup. So we've seen the Sigil of Sufferings. We've seen at least one Sink Below. It looks like he does have another one in hand hiding there. A cold foil Sink Below, no less.
Yeah, this is Erase face for 7. Awkward number for sure. If you're in Jason's seat, you're trying to figure out, can I play this turn reasonably under Erase face? Or do I just have to commit 2 big cards here?
Yeah, and it's one of those decks where it can be frustrating, the Erase face, because of trying to make the embodiment because you're Starfall. But if your hand lines up, you don't necessarily always need it as well.
Really depends. It really depends on, like, are you trying to fuse on this turn? There's so many varying textures to Aurora hands.
Because we see things like the Gone in a Flash as well. Like if you're just stringing together some sort of instant speed turn with that, it's kind of fine. But just the damage as well. I mean, you mentioned, is it going to have time to get back around to that pitch stack?
I think that's why the Sink Below is a near certainty here. Just a question of whether it's going to be accompanied by anything else. Yeah, and there is the Sink. Carol happily represents the 7 damage of this Erase face. And Jason has been erased. Will tick up Tunic 2-3, has a critical resource right here.
Ooh, there's the Arc Lightning.
Yeah, starting things off with that powerful specialization. Arc Lightning coming down.
So I guess we can see why he didn't want to commit 2 cards there.
E-Strike draw, going to be the play.
I'll take that.
Plenty of Arcane being offered. Looks like Snatch, Burn Up, Shock is the remainder of Jason's hand.
Yeah, so wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Burn Up Shock into... Oh, I suppose you can't Starfall on this turn with Go Again as well because of the Erase face. That's actually quite relevant here.
Yes, it is. And there is the Snatch, and I think for that reason, Jason's just going to go ahead and push that card over to the next turn cycle, hold it in Arsenal.
Yep, so I think he'd love the card draw here to be able to set up that embodiment. Kara's got the Sink Below here. So again, I mean, at this moment, Carol choosing not to Sink Below, I feel he's got something he wants to play on this turn, like some sort of disruption or
yeah, that would be
just
the
pushing damage.
Does kick things off with the Kodachi. Second Kodachi comes through. Jason committing a block early on, trying to avoid mask, it seems, one more time. And there's that looking for a scrap. At this moment, getting a little wide is Carol, and it's when Jason's at 9 life. I think exactly what we talked about on the earlier turns, Kieran. And now lethal is being offered via this Snatch.
And you talked about it, Brian. You said, like, the life is going to matter once he starts finding these looking for a scrap turns. And this is 1, 2, 3, 8, 12 damage. And also, I mean...
We're threatening 2 draws.
Yeah, threatening 2 draws here. I mean, we've seen Carol put some sigils. He'd be a legend if he found that. He's going to get the Tunic on 3 counters as well. That always hurts. That always hurts to do that.
Jason's going to come back with 4 cards here. No blunting effects. Nothing like an Erase face to deal with on this turn.
Burn Up Shock. Now, will he use the Tunic to prevent this? No, actually choosing not to. I did wonder if he might want to do that in order to defend with the Tunic this turn.
Looks like Shockwave going to kick things off here. It is fused, but you heard it from Jason himself.
He is sad.
Sad. Feeling very sad right now.
That's the thing. If he doesn't have this blue in turn, losing that Tunic is massive because that would have enabled their Starfall, which just demands another card or a piece of equipment to stop that Burn Up Shock.
How many presses do you have left?
Earl does not trust him in the least.
So yeah, no Go Again on the Sarcanic Shockwave. Definitely repping something like a Lightning Press here.
Sigil may be another option.
Yep. Just the fact that he chose not to defend with additional card to keep that Tunic up to offer the Starfall as well. I mean, I guess he doesn't have Go Again, so maybe it didn't matter that much.
All right, it's going to get a block from the mask here, and it is well read once again by Carol. It is the press. Carol is ready, though, with a defense reaction. Fate Foreseen going to come down and cover. Does a little opting. And Carol at a healthy 11 to Jason's 4, and now...
Oh, they're looking for a scrap.
One more time, looking for a scrap, comes in and gets wide on a big turn for Carol. We know there could be Kodachi follow-up as well.
Just want to point out, we'll see what he's got to follow up here. Pretty cool just heads-up play from Carol. They're choosing to defend with the mask. Oh, so he's actually pitching to represent lethal. I love this. It strips a card. But actually choosing to defend with a mask of Mint instead of Tunic, realizing that it overblocks by 1, but that Tunic is going to be representing like at least 2 damage next to him with the Kodachi looking for a scrap.
Makes a lot of sense. Jason desperate for some offense here. Lightning Surge. Oh, okay. Channel Lightning Valley is a nice play.
Do you reckon he still thinks it's the easiest game of his life?
Not anymore. He is fully regretting his disdain for the Polish flesh and blood community at this moment. He knows they will be hunting him till the end of time. And he has proven himself an easy mark.
Now, for all the players who played back in the early days of Blitz when Ira was the thing, we're about to witness the much-loved Kodachi lock.
This is a nightmare scenario for Jason.
So Carol just needs sort of 1 blue here to start stripping multiple cards per turn.
Oh, I had the nuts.
And here we go. Please give me a card.
Oh, I could have won in such a great fashion.
Carol is now disappointed by the way he is winning.
That's when you know things are looking up. Oh, I see. I see what he's annoyed about.
Oh, he wants the full combo.
So if he hadn't blocked with a fine center, he could have gone Tide Flippers into fine center for lethal, and that would have been a highlight way to win. So I feel your pain, Carol, as a flashy player myself. No. Yep.
He's heartbroken by the fashion in which he will eventually win this game. Seemingly, he's in a very advantaged position.
Oh, so he's actually going to commit so it's a very small amount of risk here in that. Yeah, nice one, Carol.
Oh my god, send help. Okay.
So introduce a very, very small amount of risk. I think you're going to lock them out anyway, but you actually don't have Arcane Barrier anymore. So that's why he was just looking at the Rune Chant, figuring that's going to draw Jason a card.
I know what one of these cards is.
So we did see him pitch the Flicker Wisp and the Arc Lightning together. He did just defend with the Flicker Wisp, so potentially an Arc Lightning coming up. But Carol's actually put himself in a very small amount of danger here, because if he can't... I mean, he's probably going to strip 3 cards, but, you know, if he gets caught up a little bit...
Yeah, it's hard for him to get caught up, though. As long as he finds 0 cost, basically, to start things with Kodachis, I think he will be okay. Oh, here's the Lightning Greaves.
Oh, and the
comes
Sigil.
out. This is actually big.
Oh, that fine center block might come back to haunt Carol now, actually.
That's fun. Yep.
And now lethal being presented by Jason.
He's going to give him the Tunic here. So he can probably strip back. So he's going to be able to strip back 3 cards here. I think he is still going to lock him out of the game, but like...
Yeah, I think he's going to end up fatigued, basically.
Well, actually, I mean, no, he's not going to strip 3 cards because Jason's on 4 life here. He's only going to get 1 card out of him. And does he have the Arc Lightning? Oh, no, that's Sigil Suffering. We could be in for a bit of a thriller in this game.
We may have overestimated Jason's demise in this case. Things have turned very, very rapidly.
You could see the regret on Carol's face.
Yeah, look at I saw a little turn of the head there.
Because if he finds the Arc Lightning now, it's probably lethal.
I don't think he found it on this turn cycle. That means it comes on the next turn cycle. Oh, no. Is that it right there?
It might be, and I'm pretty sure he's a Sigil Suffering in hand as well, which would draw him a card off the Channel Lightning Valley and deal 1 arcane damage. That's what I said. The tide flip is he could come to regret defending with that.
I don't see a sigil in hand. I think
I may have
that's
missed
the
it.
missing part. Yeah, it's going to be Arc Lightning though. Into Gone in a Flash, and I just can't quite make out that last card in hand.
So what's it gonna draw? So there's a lot of arcane damage. Now, Carol did pitch a sigil earlier,
I think Carol's dead.
but without that,
I'm pretty sure he's dead.
he is in a world of pain.
Yeah, there's the split damage once more. And he has died.
Oh no!
Okay, look. I understand that we called this one a little early. I think this may have been an unforced error on Carol's part.
Oh,
He
Jason,
may have left himself a little bit more vulnerable than he needed to be. And you see the regret. The entire nation of Poland has been let down. You let this man step onto the couch and talk trash about the entire country, and Carol could not defend for his homeland.
Right, I actually forgot about the sigil, but that's why I was saying when the tide flippers got committed there, it actually opened up a path for Jason to win this game because.
Look, he's just asking the question. He says, why? Why would I do this?
So, and that's
Carol, I don't know.
That's
I don't know.
That's such an old school play from way, way, way back when. It's the crane dance into previously Snapdragon Scales into the fine center. It comes up so rarely these days, like almost never, that you kind of forget about it. But yeah, Carol pointed to it, and like the fine center, because Jason had no equipment blocks up left, there was just nothing that could defend that. They was just coming in for lethal. It was before the sigil, committing the tide flippers, opening himself up to the arcane damage pathway.
I'm not sure if Carol's going to be able to make it back to the couch safely. He may need a little bit of a cooldown period before he's back and ready to resume his casting duties. We are going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to talk a lot of trash to Carol while we're on break. I promise. Just loads and loads of trash will be spoken. But it sounds like we are ready to announce the winner from our last giveaway. So, Alex, if you got that for us, why don't we go ahead and see who will be taking home that beautiful uncut sheet. Lots of nice stuff in there. And it's going to be King's Table. Congratulations, King's Table. Beautiful, perfect answer. Earned yourself an uncut sheet of Rosetta with some stunning legendaries and majestics on it. So congratulations. And it sounds like you're going to hear from our producer, Alex. They're going to let you know all the details. He's going to come on stream right now. So, Alex, go ahead. The floor is yours.
What up, what up? All right, King's Table, if you can just send an email, please, to creators@fabtcg.com with a screenshot of your account so we can verify that it is, in fact, you. And your shipping details will get that beautiful uncut sheet shipped right out to you. So, yeah, creators@fabtcg.com. That's the email. Just send us your details and we'll get you all sorted out.
Hello, Alex. It's King's Table. My address is the Dev Room.
do not trust that voice in your ears, Alex. I've learned to never ever listen to that voice.
It's done you well.
Yeah. We will be hearing from the voice of Carol and Jason, though. We're going to get them sorted back on the couch. We're going to take a brief break, get everything set back up, and we'll be back with more from our 5th anniversary stream in just a few minutes.
Go give Carol a hug. so. nice play,
How you
Carol.
doing, bud? Things.
I just want to say the better player won for sure.
I agree. I agree in this instance. We were.
Congratulations to Jason. I can't play without my morning coffee.
It's not often that I beat Carol, but when I do, it's definitely on stream.
I just want to say 3.5 years of playing with takesies, backsies, and just rewinding the game states kind of shows, when you're live on stream, the pressure gets to you, and I definitely made some mistakes.
Well, you only let down the entire nation of Poland, so that's not a huge deal. It's not like it's a giant country with huge swaths of fans that look up to you or anything like that. So
Consider you an icon of the game.
Don't worry about that.
But one thing I want to say is Ira can win.
Oh, for sure.
Play Ira
for
correctly.
sure.
I just hope that the people who watched and are fans of Ira, like that hero packs a punch in CC.
So you were reaching up for the trophy, you're like, and then you stumble on the last step, and it's like, oh no!
And then Arthur Trehay slapped his hand away and gave me that sigil.
Yeah, that sigil showed up at a good time, as they're often doing. And I do think your deck did a really nice job of showing off looking for a scrap, because we talked about it from the beginning. Like, there was going to be this point, you were just like leaking damage here and there, and at some point I was like, these looking for scraps are going to be huge. They're going to be massive in terms of stealing the tempo, and it did in that moment. It just didn't quite capitalize once the tempo was stolen. Cool game, a game I really enjoyed a lot. I think y'all are going to enjoy playing Ira at your local game stores around the world. I hope when we head out to Osaka, and the first event where Ira is ever legal is that calling that weekend.
That's gonna be hype.
I'm already expecting big things. I can't wait to see some Iras down there in the feature match area at that calling.
And don't be like Carol, don't be a little bit off balance. He didn't quite find his center that game.
That's why I'm catching up on my coffee now.
That's a good choice. A good choice, Carol. Why don't we go ahead and move to our next segment here? Something cool. I think it's time for us to check in with our viewers. We're going to check in with the chat, do a little bit of voting. It's coming up on election season in the U.S. I do not want to talk about that, but I do want to talk about Flesh and Blood, and we're going to vote between two options here. And what we're going to do is we're going to just put out a guess who we think is going to win these polls. And maybe we could share a bit about our own predilections, but ultimately our job is to decide who's going to be the winner. And so our first split question here, it is a very simple one. Are you Team Earth or are you Team Lightning? Put it out in chat now. I believe Alex is putting up a poll for y'all to vote in. So we'll go ahead and let that run for a little while. I gotta say, we kick things off in Rosetta season in the limited space, owned by Team Earth for sure. Florian looking really good. Verdance across those first few limited events just, I think, outperformed the Lightning Heroes pretty soundly. I think that gap is narrowed. I think people have learned really, really well how to pick up those Lightning Heroes, but no doubt round one went to Team Earth. When we got to CC, I think it's a different story. And sure, it's on the back of Aurora. Acilio's still figuring some things out right now, I think. But Aurora looks like maybe the best deck in the format. I think that's fair to say.
Absolutely.
Carol thinks it's fair to say.
It's just the power level is there. I mean, you don't even really have to think. You just got to play.
Whoa.
Okay. Still getting some shots in. After getting demolished on stream, still finds a way.
Seriously,
your cards.
Best performing deck in Classic Constructed in the first week.
Yep.
Closely followed by Florian. A little bit, just a little
Florian,
bit.
Florian best deck. People are just sandbagging the best list for
The people are picking Team Lightning for sure. Alex, you got results first?
Team Earth.
I'm going Team Lightning for sure.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna let it come through. We'll find out who in fact won this one. I just have to
I'm just
go
gonna
with
vote myself.
Yeah, get one in for me, thanks.
I gotta vote. I gotta vote.
No, you guys can't use your phones. We're on stream. That's unprofessional.
Team Earth.
Yes!
Takes it down.
Yes.
53% Team Earth. Okay, I am immeasurably disappointed. I feel like that is not in connection with reality, but that's the way chat goes sometimes. It's not
There are many Earth fans.
All right, how about our next poll? Who are we voting on for this next go around? Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about start of match procedure. Of course, we need to determine who is going to be going first or second in a game of Flesh and Blood, and there's two widely used methods of doing so. High roll, odds or evens. Who you got, Carol? Which way is your preferred method?
Well, it is obviously the most efficient way to go is odds or evens because you don't have to reroll. Everybody knows that. So I'm locking in odds or evens.
Why would you waste your time by re-rolling? Just odds or evens.
I did a high roll a few times and I got so mad when we rolled the same thing.
I like to take 5 dice. You roll them one by one, and the person who wins. Odds or evens, but I always odd. I always lock an odd no matter what.
Always odd. We are odd.
Yeah, you odd or even? You're even.
I'm an evens kind of guy.
When you start to play in Dev, you start to pick up who's odd or even.
You need to have an even balance in Dev.
What about you?
Exactly.
Brian?
Look, man, life is a journey.
Oh no!
Oh no! Beautiful tapestry of experiences, and if you're just always looking to maximize your time, you're not stopping and smelling the roses. Sometimes I just want to battle and see who can roll the highest number on a die. It just feels good. If we have to do it 2 or 3 times, so what? We have time. It's fine. We'll go ahead. We'll high roll and we'll figure out a winner. Chat's gonna hard disagree with me on this one. I have a feeling. I'm expecting an odds or evens landslide win from chat this go around. Let's hear it. Who do we have?
What?
It's high roll. Chat, I knew I always liked you. I've always been pro chat. I've always said the internet knows what they're talking about. Listen to them, always.
Whenever
They've come through for me again. Wow, decided win.
Whenever I go to an Armory or any other card game tournament, it's always high roll. No one ever does odds or evens. And when I'm like odds or evens, they're like, what? High roll?
A lot of smart people play card games.
High rolls though, but like
the opposite.
I feel like Brian's one of those people like when you're rolling for intimidate for choosing at random, you know, you lay the forward cards out. I hate seeing this, and it's like roll. It's a 5. I guess a reroll. 6 reroll.
Let's do it again.
It's a
Run
rich.
it back.
It's a rich tapestry.
You get it. You get it, Classic. I knew you would have my back. Shout outs to chat for having my back. I would say for once. You stepped up for me, chat. Good to hear.
Internet supporting me.
Yeah, it feels good. I like this. Let's keep this as a trend. How about another poll? Who are we voting on next? Oh, fist bump or handshake as your congratulatory measure. What did you guys exchange at the end of that last match? Disdainful looks?
Fist bump.
Okay.
So
I feel like when the stakes are higher, it's worth a handshake. But after COVID, I think it's just fist bump is the norm.
Yeah. I think honestly,
handshake became quite an intimate kind of these days, especially after COVID. You know,
because I feel
sanitize everyone out there.
It's interesting. I think you're right though. I feel like I have seen in like top 8s and stuff like that. You know, like before a Pro Tour final. I've sometimes seen them like just reach across and like maybe it's the importance of the moment, whereas like your average game is just the fist bump.
And when you're in the finals, you upgrade it to a hug.
Yeah, that is true. I've
so you
seen
just
that
like
a lot
up.
actually. And
I'm kind of about that, so it's cool.
Okay, I like this progression method. I think the more casual interactions, you just do it with a fist bump. It gets the job
Swiss
done.
rounds, fist bump, all good.
Okay. How do you think chat's gonna fall on this one?
I reckon
feels like fist bump should be large in the lead.
I think fist bump and
probably.
The world has changed in many ways, mostly around handshaking.
I reckon before 2020 it would be handshake.
Okay.
Maybe we should have like the elbow tap in there.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Here's we'll up this question. We'll bring higher stakes into it. Who offers? Does it have to be the loser who offers the fist bump or handshake?
I think that should be the winner. You know, you're a good winner.
But aren't I rubbing it in your face?
It's weird. I feel like for handshake, it's like the winner that offers the handshake, but for loser,
I think you're taking it too deep.
All right, what does chat have to say? Where did they fall?
Yeah,
a huge win for fist bump, 87%. Yeah, I'm with you, chat. Good decision once more. All right, our next poll here: deck vertical versus deck horizontal. Is this like some kind of psyop to find out who's insane in the chat? Because anyone voting for deck horizontal has clearly lost their mind. It's just clear deck vertical.
It's more ergonomic thing.
Wait, are you vertical? Wait, you horizontal?
I'm horizontal.
Yeah. I'm always horizontal because
look at the playmat.
I'm actually a 30-degree angle.
The crazy person.
I feel this actually stems from my early days of FAB with like the whole pitch stacking, putting cards on the bottom. I feel when I played it vertical, sometimes I'd confuse myself and like when I'm putting the cards back on the bottom, I'd put them the wrong way, which is obviously like very bad. You know, like that is cheating. Like do not do not do this. So
Wait. Why does horizontal solve this?
No, so if I put it horizontal, I feel it's just it's more clear. You know,
So it doesn't. Is what you're saying. It doesn't at all.
Then I'm like, oh, you know,
the big dragon pointing one way or another. That's not enough to tell you which way you're supposed to do it.
Because when it's like up or down, it could just go wherever. But when it's like flip and then slide horizontal, and then when you're like drawing the card, there's no chance of them seeing it or whatever. Whereas you're just like flipping up the cards willy nilly with its horizontal.
I like the like.
Yeah. Listen. I am a 30-degree diagonal deck layer outer.
Do you have a protractor? Do you bring a protractor with you?
No, it's just 30 degrees. It's perfectly ergonomic.
Yeah, that deck orientation.
Diagonals a step too far. Step too far, but horizontal, I'm all about that.
Okay, let's hear from the very sane people in chat. Where are they at? What are they like?
Surely.
All right, well,
Listen to the follow the playmat.
Yeah, vertical wins. 80%. Yeah, not even close.
It doesn't surprise me that much. I will say the one thing about horizontal, as displayed in this photo, it can kind of like get in the way of your pitch zone.
Yeah. Yep.
And if you're playing like
It
in
just
close
clearly
proximity-
does not fit on the playmat. I don't understand how this is a discussion. It does not fit. It's not in the box.
Listen, man, when you get RSI from drawing cards, you know.
I'm gonna ask for.
back to you.
That gives me. I'm gonna ask for like.
I got a doctor's note. I have to play.
If you have a doctor's note, I'll allow it. That's the
Maybe
rule.
from the creative team, a custom playmat for me where like the deck zone is horizontal.
Yeah, I want one that's 30 degrees as well.
Okay.
That's an interesting idea. Like special edition playmats that have the horizontal.
Jason Lai edition where it's just slightly
like
tilted.
on that angle.
Ergonomic arrangements. Okay, here's one that I think is a very good faith question. Is blocking cards horizontal or blocking cards vertical? I will be honest, I don't care about this one. I think both have merits. But for me, it never crossed my mind to put my blocking cards horizontal. I just defaulted them to vertical with no thought. The more I played, the more I observed people doing it horizontal. And I was like, I kind of like that. Like, it makes sense to me. So my natural inclination is just put my cards down vertically. But having seen a lot of horizontal, I think there's merit to it.
So I have a very good reason why I block horizontally. And I know people hate, not vertical blocking, but the defense value is the closest to the opponent's card. So it's easier to just coordinate rather than having to read across two cards.
I never thought of that. I always block horizontal. I never thought of that.
I just saw that now. I was just about to erase it. But
Yeah.
Jason's been on it.
I'm just thinking it's just to, I don't know, to distinguish, particularly when combat changes get a bit messy.
That's
or
what I
whatever,
like.
To distinguish cards, it's
Yeah.
like these cards horizontal are the defending cards and your ones vertical. Everything should be horizontal.
Can't go that far, but okay.
But I have noticed, like, it's quite cool watching the different ways people play. Like, some people, out of maybe an abundance of courtesy, actually, like, flip their attacking cards the other way. So the text is facing you if you need to read it.
Microphone.
Yep.
Always?
Personally, I never do that. But it's kind of cool. It just seems like a sort of, like, polite thing to do. But I'm always horizontal. So you don't care. What do you, Carol?
So I usually block horizontally, like when working on dev and stuff like that. On stream, after the relentless feedback of giving me grief for blocking horizontally, I try to defend vertically.
I think the answer is going to be vertical, but I will say I'm all on board with horizontal if that's your thing. But I expect chat to go vertical.
I feel like either or is fine.
Okay, let's hear it from chat. Let's see what they like.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
It also kind of looks like
81%.
Looks like you're blocking as well.
Joshua Scott added to the rules.
That's true because you're kind of, you're blocking like I'm in front of you. Stop.
Yeah, block. But it's actually defend.
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 Wow, okay.
Defend.
Maybe it's time for me to revamp my game. Maybe I just need to commit to horizontal.
The interesting, I'd love to know as well if we looked at some of the stream games for like the players regularly on stream what they do, because I wonder if that influences a little bit. Like you see a pro player, you see almost a classic blocking horizontally, and you're like, yeah, I want to do that at my next event.
Pro players and Mr. Classic.
Yeah, it's one single group.
The two things that shape the hive mind more than anything else: pro players, Mr. Classic. Everyone knows that.
Ooh, this is one I feel strongly about.
Okay, now we're going to talk about dagger orientation. You can either go daggers either side or daggers on the same side. This is another one that should not be close, frankly. But please go ahead and share your opinions, gentlemen.
Either side, because you're holding the daggers on either side of you. Like
clearly,
like what is Nu doing here? You're holding like
you're just going like this,
like two daggers in your left arm.
Look.
Like,
Hero, dagger, dagger.
But I feel, what are you?
I think that there is a reason to do it in Ira, and specifically in Ira, because you always go Kodachi something. So you can have them both to the left of Ira, and you open the combat chain, and you just have to move them up. You don't have to move them up and then like to the left or to the right.
I did find in this game that I was doing a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I kind of see it just for kind of like the ergonomics.
But for the most part, I am a dagger either side kind of guy.
Because I mean, it's on the playmat, hero, weapon. As James White intended, with the deck horizontal.
Breaking all the rules today.
I like not arguing with the playmats. Just something about it feels right. It feels like one is supposed to be in your left hand, one is supposed to be in your right hand. Daggers either side is my pick, and I think chat is going to agree with us this go around. Let's hear from them.
It is very clear cut. It is
Yeah, clear cut once again. 95%.
Yep.
Nice.
Sounds about right.
I will say, whenever I'm playing like Victor where I have a shield, I started having to put like the shield next to my equipment, or like sometimes I just forget about it. I have like a shield off over on the right, and it's like this close abs game, and I'm like, oh, I've still got my shield up.
That's the classic.
You played so well holding that back.
Oh yeah,
just patience. Just patience for days.
Saving it for
Let's
worlds.
see what our next poll is here. We're going to go ahead and ask the question of equipment same sleeves as deck, or equipment different sleeves from deck. From the beginning, my first involvement with Flesh and Blood, I built my deck, grabbed my hero, and put it in a different sleeve, and put my equipment in different sleeves. It was just easier to sort through. I can't understand why I would sign up for the complexity of having to sort out my equipment for my deck. I just want to be able to spot it on the fly.
It does save you a lot of time, like searching through a graveyard or like looking for a scrap.
I feel initially I did that, and then I switched to all same sleeves.
For what purpose?
I don't know. It just feels like, that's what it should be. Your equipment, if they die, if they go to the graveyard, then they're all in the same sleeves. And then after the game, you flick through, and it's a little ritual. You go through your graveyard and like pull out all their equipments and stuff and put stuff on one side.
A moment.
No. So
And if
in this case, this is a young man's game. He is describing. I will forget.
It's a rich tapestry. But also,
All right, you know what? You talked me into it.
on a practical reason as well, like if one of your sleeves breaks, then you can switch it out with your equipment sleeve, because your equipment doesn't shuffle into your deck. So it's just
doubles up as extra sleeve.
yeah. So it's just there, ready to go.
It's not bad. That's not like this is. You've at least talked a little bit about some functional reasons why I
feel-
might embrace this idea, but
I feel I'm gonna lose this.
yeah,
one.
you're gonna lose pretty hard. Why don't we hear from chat? We'll see where they fell. I expect we're doing different sleeves all day long.
is different sleeves at 84%.
84% different sleeves.
14%.
16%.
I mean, 16% Levias players, maybe.
Yeah, respect to the Levias. That's if there's a reason for it, I'm all about it. But on the whole, I think just the convenience of having different sleeves is too high to pass up.
In a way, it makes sense.
All right, how about another question? Here is a fantastic question. Chat, broken equipment face down, broken equipment in graveyard. I think I need to be silent through this debate period because I don't want to influence this one. So if you guys have something to share, please go ahead.
But there's only
Can
one
I give
right
my
answer.
very strong opinion?
There's only one right answer, so I don't know.
Okay. I mean, that's my take as well.
It's gotta go to the graveyard. It was one
Has
of my
to go to the
it's one
graveyard.
of my biggest pet peeves when I'm watching games and like people flip them face down. And that's why when in part the misfail when we had the cloaked equipment, I was like, this is great because now it's gonna tell people like your stuff has to go to the
And they
graveyard.
still flip it
And people
face
still flip it face- I remember in the early days when I was on Premier OP and I was working with Josh a little bit on some rule stuff, and actually was like, can we bring some like some harsher penalties for
Banishment for life from the game?
my other pet peeve is like tokens that aren't in play but are just in the arena, like a rune charter embodiment sitting there, and it's like, no, it's not there. I just haven't put a dice on it, which I specifically asked Josh to put in the rules that like tokens that are not in the arena should not be on the board.
It's a segment idea, Mr. Classic's pet
Yeah,
peeve.
or just his rules that he's proposed apparently.
But I just
You're
feel like
sitting and
just put them in the graveyard, right?
Yeah.
Look, this
For sure.
should not even be a poll. This is a rule.
Yep.
This is actually a rule.
it's- yeah.
Broken equipment goes into the graveyard. If you answered broken equipment face down, You were wrong. This is the one time where I just get to say you were
breaking the
authoritatively
rules of the
wrong.
game.
You're breaking the rules. Alex, how many people know the rules of the game? What percentage is it?
67% for grade.
No.
Okay, that's good. 2/3 at least.
That's not good. 33% of you, come on. It's the rules.
People in chat saying face down unless either hero cares. But
Nah.
It's the rules.
I look
the
at
rules,
if you're
man.
playing casual at home, kitchen table or whatever, then I guess it's kind of whatever. But I would strongly encourage people that if you're at any if you're at any event, particularly if it's on stream and I might have to watch it, please put it in the graveyard because technically it is a rule.
It's just a good habit to get in, even if you're playing casually. Like, do it the right way. So when you're at a tournament, you're doing it the right way there as well. Equipment in the graveyard.
So I've been booted off the rules committee because I keep saying maybe it should be like a match loss. Or
Kieran, very, very harsh on his rules punishments. All right, I believe we have another poll. And this is the final one.
Oof.
This is another, I would say, controversial one. We're going to look at pitch then play or play then pitch.
yeah, this is
It's an interesting one. Like I feel like there is some logic to both because when you play a card, you can't really play it. It just feels like you're not allowed to unless you pitch. But then again, you gotta show how much you're pitching to what card. So what came first, the chicken or the egg?
the pitch or the card. I mean, admittedly, this one's kind of funny. We're just very strong on it's the rules. It goes to the graveyard, and it's like, well, I believe maybe officially you are meant to play then pitch, but like, I think it's one of these things where I mean.
We can bend the rules a little bit.
Yeah, personally, like,
What's happening? This is exactly the same as the previous scenario. You're all fired. That's it. We're done. If we're not playing by the rules, what are we doing?
I mean, technically, you are meant to play then pitch, right? But I will admit to shortcutting on the odd occasion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, guys, play your cards, then pitch for them. Come on, everyone.
What a sellout.
I'm gonna say I don't do this. I definitely pitch then play. But the rules say you play then pitch.
Yeah,
And
definitely don't watch our game back.
Yeah. Try. My goal is not to tell you to be as good as me. My goal is to say for you to be better than me. I am terrible. You be good.
But equipment is like a representation thing as well. Like it's like, oh, if you flip it face down, like, mate, what if it's a cloaked equipment? You know, what if I don't know what it is?
Dead horse.
Whereas pitch and play, you know.
What does chat have to say? I'm curious where they fall on this one.
for play then pitch.
Really?
Excellent.
Wow.
Oh,
They follow this, but like this is patently false. I've watched maybe more Flesh and Blood than anyone on the planet, and I promise you, they do not follow this rule. Like, it's so strange to me.
This is the one that people say they do this, and then in actual game just do something else.
That's kind of cool. I mean, maybe it's just that when we first started playing, we were just used to other stuff where, like, you know, you pitch them play or whatever. But as people have joined over time, when they watch like the Learn to Play, it tells you to play them pitch or something, right? But I am pleasantly surprised by that answer. Maybe I'll try and do that.
Look, if this session taught us anything, it's that we can all try and be better. Absolutely. We can all try and learn. We can all try and over the next 5 years of Flesh and Blood, get our gameplay in line with the rules as written. If you ever play with James White, I'll just tell you, stickler for the rules.
Really?
Yeah, he administers the combat chain very clearly. Always, he announces when he closes the combat chain. He pitches first, or excuse me, he plays first, then pitches. So, Flesh and Blood is James White intended.
I remember playing him in our internal Outsiders release a long time ago, and I hadn't played against him in a little bit, and, James is a man wearing a million hats, so I hadn't seen him play a ton of Outsiders. He probably had, just not with us. We sit down and we're playing this, like, Azalea versus something, and he's on Azalea, and, like, I'm like, oh, this should be pretty easy. Like, I feel my deck is really good and it matches up well. And at start, I'm like crushing him. And I'm like, this is great. And then we get towards the end and he's like, okay, so it should be this. Yep, Azalea, do this, dominate. And I'm like, okay. And then next turn he like blocks, drops the like defense reaction. Now he's like, now if this is what I believe it is, and like blind flip into the pitch stack, 2 pumps kills me. And I'm like, the man still got it,
Yeah, despite the fact that he doesn't play as many games as I know he would like to, you can tell whenever you sit down to play with him, he's got like the infinite hours in, and it just comes back to him very, very quickly.
Yep.
It's always impressive
And
to see.
speaking about, we can always get better. Maybe, Carol, your last game, you can take something.
Yeah, something to
Definitely
learn.
take
possibly.
some learnings for sure. Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, Carol. And now we're ready to move on to our next segment. This is one I've been looking forward to for a while. As devs, we talked about our propensity for rewinding, for shortcutting, perhaps. We do that with names too. Make up a lot of names for cards. They don't always come out as we would expect. In fact, sometimes they leave the development process. They go down to creative, and they come out in the real world with a name different than we knew it by the entire time it was in development. We thought we'd share some of those with the folks at home. And in fact, in the end, we're going to ask you to do a little guessing and maybe even get a prize for it.
Oh, I kind of want to see what the answers are. I'm going to pull out.
Yeah, I'm curious where people find this one. So let's go with our first nickname, maybe one of the more absurd nicknames we've ever had in dev. There is a card called Legals.
And we are usually very serious as well.
Yeah, it's unlike us to joke like that. But yeah, Legals was a force in a recent pipeline, very present.
Yeah. And I will say, I'm not the type of person who'll like come up with a saying and latch onto it and repeat it over and over and over again.
Yum yum. Yum yum.
Or I'll shoot yum yum.
Yum yum.
So all I'm seeing in the chat so far is yum yum.
Well, good try, chat.
Yeah, I love this one because it's like, might be a little bit of a spoiler, but sometimes when there's like changes made to the cards, to the process, the designers go through some changes, coming back to the dev team. Sometimes there's some, spelling errors going through that we as devs love to latch on.
Yeah, this one is a strict typo, and it sounds like people are starting to figure out
Yeah.
exactly what card it is.
Absolutely.
This was, in fact, Levels of Enlightenment. And if I recall correctly, this typo first manifested on like an internal communication. It wasn't actually on the card itself, but it was on a discussion of this card. And for whatever reason, just for weeks afterwards, everyone was like, there's Legals to this shit over and over.
There's so many Legals to this.
It just
It's so
lasted.
good, like, you make a good play or you like get a monster, you're like, there's Legos to this. I feel Chris G, loved it. Whenever he walked in, we're like, bro, Legals is sick.
Yeah, he was a big
Just
fan.
stopped calling it levels completely.
Yeah, it
Legals.
completely evaporated from the lexicon. It was only Legals. So yeah, that should give you a sense of what you're up against in this guessing game. Why don't we go ahead and look at our next card nickname?
Body bag.
Body bag, often said as put him in a body bag.
Hasn't been said on a podcast.
I think.
Oh, yes.
I think I.
This
from
is
the-
a
right.
Tom
Yeah, you're right.
Classic Tom.
Dude, a lot of these are Tom Penny.
Yeah.
This one is an ultimate Tom Penny classic.
Yeah.
I probably heard this over 300 times.
Yeah. When he hits someone with it, he's like, body bag. Put him in a body bag.
Spoiler alert, it's an attack. Yeah, Scowling Fleshbag. That's a great guess.
guess.
Yeah, that is a good guess.
Not the correct one. Though. You were right though, Alex. It was absolutely said by Tom on a dev talk that I did with him and Rohan. It sounds like we are seeing it in the chat now.
I think only one person got it, but yeah.
Okay. Shout outs to that one person. The body bag is in fact aspect of Tiger.
Yeah, Spirit.
Body.
Spirit got it.
It was during our draft games, right? And he would. This used to be a huge limited bomb, and when he hit someone with it, he'd be like, "Put him in a body bag."
For ages, I didn't actually know what card he was talking about.
Yeah, same.
I just hear like body bag, and then I think I thought it was like a different card for a while, and then he's like body bag. I'm like, what card? He's like, bro, isn't it obvious? Aspect of Tiger body. I'm like,
Yeah, body bag.
This often happens with Tom, where he'll just walk around saying things, and you're not quite sure what he's talking about, and you have to really like check in on his reality before you're ready to engage with
I think
him.
the next one is also a Tom Penny classic.
Okay, let's see it. Why don't we bring up the next one?
Beezy.
This one has Legals to it, if you will.
Yeah.
I think
This
name.
one definitely has.
I think there's a fun trivia question as well. It's there's actually one card where this nickname also shows up on.
Yep. There is.
There is.
And this is. I mean, I think I'll tell the full story. We can get into the Legals of it. If you
Okay,
will.
yeah.
Let's do it.
So there is a quote on Nasty Surprise.
Oh, you just gave it away.
That's not this card. That's not this card.
Yeah.
There's a quote on Nasty Surprise from Beezy the Brash.
Yeah.
And I believe what it says is, I ain't reading all that or something to that effect. And then it tails off, and it is the last words of Beezy the Brash. Not only is this particular card referred to as Beezy, probably by Tom Penny, but I am also presently referred to as Beezy in the dev room, again, usually by Tom Penny. And so
a lot of people, come on, let's be real.
yeah, fair enough. It has propagated. But Nasty Surprise in particular was designed to be a shout out, a card that interacts with Codex of Frailty. And it was designed to allude to the fact that I will never read Codex of Frailty as long as I live. So that was a little bit of secret knowledge around Nasty Surprise. But this card is something else. Anyone in chat getting it? I don't think anyone gets this.
No, there's a lot of
It's hard.
bitsies. There's a lot of like swing bit, biting breeze.
Yeah, good guesses.
It is a bit of a tough one.
I know the story behind it, and it's a bit silly. It's just like
unlike the other very serious stories.
during the time when this card came out, Tom was playing a game called Battle Brothers, and he used to call it Battle Beezies. And then when this card came out, it was Battlefront Bastion, so we would just call it Battle Beezy.
That's all it takes sometimes.
And then
Battlefront Beezy.
And then I can't remember who it was. Maybe it might have been like Jason Chung even, or Tom, but was just like, oh, like Beezy, Brian Beezy. Like it flows nicely, and then Brian became Beezy, and then the rest is history.
Yeah,
Legos. Like I said, Legos. All right, next card.
Fun beezies even. Yeah.
This is a good one. Daylight Robbery.
Ooh, yeah. This is
I don't know if people are gonna get this one either.
You said it on a Pro Tour stream.
Yeah, I reveled it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. Yeah, by mistake.
Okay, we'll see who's an avid Pro Tour watcher. You think I said it by mistake, or did I reveal?
Maybe did it on purpose.
You said it and then you explained it, so it could have been.
Yeah,
a mistake.
I think so. I think you said it, and then you're like, oh, this card was actually called this. And
I don't think it was a mistake.
No, maybe it was all intentional. All intentional.
I've got some vague memories of this now. I actually feel like it was U.S. Nationals now that I'm thinking about it. But this is a important card in the current metagame, and it sounds like somebody has picked it up.
A lot of guesses for Snatch.
Yeah,
Snatch is a good one.
Some people saying heist as well.
Heist, yeah, any kind of robbery.
Plunder Run's a great one.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah. Turned out a little bit different here. Why don't we go ahead and reveal what it was? The Weakest Link. This is a card, I think Jason Chung actually came up with this card. This is one of his designs. And it was around Bright Lights when we were first experimenting with this card. And the Daylight Robbery version, which was always pointed towards, interacting with items in particular. But, as things evolved, we realized this was just a very, very powerful generic piece to have in the game. And Weakest Link proving to be very important in the present metagame too.
Yep. And it's a cool kind of story of how a card's theming can change depending on when it's released.
Yep.
And like even like our perception of the card changes based on the theming as well.
Because it's one of those things that, in metrics, there's all these cool gadgets and items and stuff, right? So like it kind of made sense that it was the Daylight Robbery coming.
I think like the vibes of Max as well. Like it worked pretty well.
Yeah, of course.
Yep. So that's a cool one. All right, fresh one. King of Good Times.
Another
Maybe
Tom
we
Penny
revealed
classic.
this one too. Yeah, it is.
I would be maybe surprised if people
We said it
snapped
on
up
a
this one.
Dev Talk.
I do feel like we talked about it on a Dev
Said
Talk
it on the last
as
Dev
well.
Talk.
Oh, we did?
Yeah,
This
we
one
did.
is ridiculous. Really, something needs to be done to rein in Tom. I don't know how this happens.
The reasoning behind his name is ridiculous as well.
I wasn't sure this one had made it through because I feel like we're talking about ones, and then Tom said this one, and we're like, I think
It's
this
only
one-
you, Tom.
Well,
Like nobody else calls it
more of
this.
a
Only
Tom
Tom
Penny
says
thing.
this.
I mean, I've started to adopt it because I think it's kind of fun, but we'll see if someone picks it up. I'd love to explain Tom's reasoning.
A lot of victors. That's a great guess, honestly.
Yeah, that would
That's
make
not
sense.
bad.
But I need you to think about the way Tom Penny approaches things, and then if you can get to that state of mind, maybe you can figure this one out.
10 foot tall and bulletproof in there.
Yeah, that's a great guess as well.
Cash in, talk a big game. There's some really good guesses in here.
So the hero is called the King of Good Times because you're.
Someone got it. Someone got it.
You're having a good time, and your opponent is not having a good time.
So someone.
That's not a good reason to call someone the King of Good Times.
That's Tom Penny's reasoning.
It's because whenever Tom picks up this deck, he has a great time.
Yeah, he has a great time.
So I feel like Tom and I are probably two of the biggest Florian fans in the dev room. But I remember because he was just like, yeah, the King of Good Times. And then I just started calling it. And then at one point I was like, wait, Tom, why is he the King of Good Times? It's just like, like you're having a good time. Like,
why are we doing this, Tom?
Like you're having a good time. And like usually they're not so much having a good time. And I'm like, Oh, so good times for you.
There you go. That's how you have to think to get into the mind of a dev. Why don't we try one more time to get into the mind of a dev? And this one,
This is a good one.
yeah, this one I like a lot. And we're gonna do a giveaway around this one. Jason, show him the other.
All right.
The other uncut sheet we're working with here. Yeah, a different selection.
Show us the shininess.
Balance
Show
of
us
Justice on there. A couple of them on the uncut sheet this go around. Aura Magus. Yeah, really nice heavy hitter
I reckon
sheet.
we give no hints to start, right? Let people.
Absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
I think
Is it
zero
playing
hints
for
at all.
Yeah, we'll
Like
go.
this-
No, we'll go no hints to start. I really want someone to win this one.
Yeah.
This one though, I think if you work really hard and connect some dots, you can possibly get there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. A lot at stake here.
Oh my god, people.
Yeah, a lot of people guessing 3 of a kind. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, someone got it.
Got
Someone
it, I
Got
hear.
it. Got
Okay.
it. Yep. Someone.
Okay, we'll get a screenshot and then we will reveal this card to everyone else. And I will give you a hint that I was proposed to give, but it sounds like we already got there. There's only one Ace of Spades in a deck of playing cards. And you can think about heroes that reference, playing cards, 3 of a kind.
Yep.
Comes to mind. Certain legendary specialization for a hero that would play.
And if you
possibly
dig
3
deep
of a
into the
kind.
lore, you'll see how the playing cards connect to a particular hero.
Yeah.
It is, in fact, Judge, Jury, and Executioner, the Azalea spec, originally called Ace of Spades. I remember
Ace of Spades.
we even talked about like an alt art Ace of Spades double-sided
Yeah,
type thing.
just like
at
the
some
Twinning
point.
Blade one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But ultimately came out as Judge, Jury, Executioner, and it sounds like we do have a winner. We will let you know who it is. We'll get the cut.
Yeah,
Sounds
but
like they're pulling together a screenshot right now. What was the name one more time, Alex?
It looks like, for me, it was, Daniel Children.
Daniel Chilgren sounding like the winner
That's
this
congrats,
go around.
Daniel. Pretty sweet prize as well.
Absolutely.
And Alex, where do they need to email with proof of their account again? Creators at fabtcg.com. Send over an email. We will get you hooked up. We'll get your details, and you will own that beautiful uncut heavy hitter sheet. I have one of those hanging in my office right now that I won off the prize wall at Calling Queenstown, playing side events.
This must be nice.
Also taking James's tickets as he ran out of the hall trying to catch his flight, and using them for my own purpose.
Got to take a
James
bit.
got a second. You need those tickets.
Right, hitting up the tier. Oh yeah, James, just give me like 3,000 tickets.
No, he actually won his tickets too. We both did pretty well in our side events. I was thwarted the perfect record by some clown who didn't even know what they were doing. It was Carol. Yeah, he beat me in the last round, but still had enough tickets on the weekend to go ahead and get one of those heavy hitter sheets, and they are beautiful. So congrats, Daniel. Very, very cool win for you.
That one's sick.
Oh, bonus one.
round?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bonus rounds.
Yeah, let's
All
do a
right.
couple bonus ones. Sleeves. Okay.
Oh yeah, I've got a. I think I unintentionally invented that saying.
Wait, I came up with that. What?
Wait,
Wasn't
controversial.
Wasn't it Kevin?
No. I said it, and then Kevin started saying, it. Wait, what?
No, because I thought I lost. I thought I lost. Maybe we'll get to
Oh,
the
no,
story
no,
after
no,
people
no.
guess.
No,
it.
no,
I
no,
couldn't
no,
give
no.
it away.
This is getting heated.
It's getting controversial already.
Wow.
A lot of controversy around this one. I don't think this one is discoverable, right? It's almost impossible to guess this one.
Oh.
Yeah, you think so? Okay, we'll give him a few seconds. We'll give him a chance. We'll see if anyone in chat wants to go ahead and put this one up. But I am skeptical. This feels like a really, really hard one to get.
Yeah, I think so. I think it would be quite a lot of kind of quelling sleeves, people guessing.
Oh wait, did someone get it?
What?
Close. There's Alluvian Constellus, which is
Oh, someone got it.
So it's this
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Is this right?
It's close.
Kane?
Yeah, I think Kane got it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It sounds like it's not as hard as I thought it was. It is
Yep.
Ether Bindings of the Third Age. There's kind of like sleeves left on this art. I think it was called, this isn't so much a nickname. The card was called Sleeves of the Ether Scribe, if I recall correctly.
That's right.
And we just shorthanded it to sleeves at one point and ultimately came out something different after it went through the creative process. Why do you think the creation of this nickname is up for grabs?
Well, so what I recall, but I may be wrong. So I was playing against Jason Chung playing Acilio, and I thought I was gonna win this game, and then he like came back and killed me, and so I had him kind of low, and I was like, man, he is on 10 life. He had no sleeves and no greaves, so like no sleeves of the ace guy, and no lightning greaves, and then I feel everyone was like, no sleeves, no greaves, or something. But maybe I'm recalling incorrectly.
I don't know.
What's your version?
Yeah.
It's like the exact same instance.
But you doing it?
So I was versing Jason Chung.
In the business, we call that parallel development, and it just happened parallel.
They could actually have been completely independent of each other.
Maybe
there's a certain quality of it playing against Cecilia when they have no sleeves, no greaves.
Yeah,
you feel a lot safer.
I was like, I was gonna win, then he just killed me anyway. Maybe we'll have to get Jason in to settle this at some point.
No sleeves, no greaves.
We'll figure it out.
But
We
yeah,
got,
everyone's
we got
like,
any
no
more,
sleeves, no
Alex?
greaves.
Any more out there? Okay.
Sweet.
Okay, let's do one more. We'll take a look. Try shot. Okay. It's good.
This one, this one.
It's interesting.
I feel like
of course there is a
someone
card
did
called Try Shot.
This was the dev name of a card, not a nickname.
Yep.
Yeah.
And because that's some detective work, because there is a Try Shot, this card was before Try Shot was released. So, just a
sure.
little hint.
Not bad.
Whoa.
Not bad.
Okay.
I love that. Oh, someone got it.
They got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is, in fact, 3 of a kind. Switched over, got some of that theming, that card playing theming into this card in the first go around, and came back around for Try Shot once we got to Crucible. That's a card that feels like somebody should play it at some point. Try Shot just been a complete dog throughout its lifespan. At some point, it's going to matter.
Yeah. Fun story with this one is I still recall probably, so ever since we joined LSS, Jason Chung would call this card Try Shot for like months and months. It wasn't until, was it Everfest that actual Try Shot came out that he finally switched over to 3 of a kind.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of these instances of kind of cards having a certain name in the development process and us just getting really attached to that name, and then it changes in art, and sometimes we just can't let go of that name.
It's funny for like casting and stuff sometimes as well, Brian. You have to make sure that like you break the habit of calling it the old thing.
It's really scary. Like that one I don't care about as much. What I worry about is just slipping and saying something from the future.
Yep.
Always. Every time I speak on camera, I'm like, please don't do it. And I don't think I ever have thus far. Maybe today's the day. Don't miss it. You're going to want to stick around and see if I actually blow it for the first time and reveal secrets. Even if I don't, there's some cool reveals coming up in the stream. We are going to get to those at the tail end. Of course, we still have a Q&A with James White coming up. He's going to be in the building. But before we do that, how about a little bit more gameplay? We're ready to do some dumpster diving. Our own Kasharn came up from Wellington today with his dumpster dive decks in hand. Going to play a little bit in that commoner format. I believe, Kieran, you're stepping down to battle. Is that correct?
I am indeed.
Are you well practiced in the dumpster dive format?
Not particularly.
Okay.
But we'll see. Maybe after this, I'll start calling you like Mr. Dumpster or something.
Mr. Dumpster. Yeah, I like that one.
I like that.
Let's get that up on
Sold.
screen. Mr. Dumpster.
If you win this, I'm calling you Mr. Dumpster.
Oh, God.
A lot of pressure. You're going to want to earn that nickname. We will be back down in the feature match area in just a bit. We'll see if Mr. Dumpster can come through and earn his keep. Do not go anywhere.
welcome back, everyone. We're here. I'm here with Jason, and we're gonna commentate a beautiful game for you, Kieran versus Kashan. It's a commoner format, and this one is a bit of a dumpster dive, which is it's kind of like a celebration of the creativity of the community. Kashan does a great job maintaining this dumpster dive segment where he showcases a lot of very creative ways to tackle the commoner format. And there's always some really cool submissions. Basically trying to make something happen with all you have is commons. So I believe he dove into a dumpster on the way here from Wellington, found some commons, stitched these two up together. But more importantly, both of these decks have been created by you guys, by the community. So it's a great showcase. We have Arachne versus Kasai.
Yep, we've got Moonwish Sunkiss Kasai, who's looking to pummel and draw cards to make her weapons free. And we've got Sneaky Peeky Arachne, who's got a lot of cards that look at their hands and their deck, as you can see by the Eye of Ophidia sleeves there.
So I'm looking forward to see what Kashan does with this Arachne. And I love the choice of his sleeves here, the Eye of Ophidia, bit of a tell of
doing literally everything controversial here. 2 weapons on the same side. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Yep,
Mr.
horizontal
Classic.
deck, high rolling to start. Yep, everything controversial here.
Yeah. So what are you expecting from this game, Jason?
I have no idea what I'm expecting. I feel like this is the type of format that you would probably get drunk and play at 11 o'clock at night with your friends at someone's house.
Absolutely. I'm kind of curious to see how much innovation you can do with just commons. I mean, all they have to work with is commons. So yeah. I'm looking forward to see how, especially the Sunkiss Moonwish for me is something. It's like kind of like a combo in common cards that I've always wanted to make work in Classic Constructed and competitive, but we'll see how it goes here.
There's a couple of combos that everyone wants to make work, and that's one of them, along with Rifting is another one.
Rifting.
Always try to make Rifting work.
Yeah. If this hits, I'm gonna do something crazy good.
And then they block, and you're like, oh, pass turn with 3 cards in hand.
Rifting into induction chamber.
What the?
So here we have a very standard kind of Arachne plays, double dagger.
Yep. Going for his first peek.
Fleece the Frail.
Oh, have a look. Oh, getting real close with it.
For his cheeky peeky.
I'm going to keep that on top.
Ooh.
Okay. Keeping it on top.
So if this hits, I get to banish the top card.
Yeah, very interesting. So Kashan deciding to keep it on top. Maybe it's a frail card that he can make a silver with. So.
That card you see in Kasai, pretty much
Kieran losing his first red pummel.
Oh, that's huge. That's his whole game plan. Pummel's in a saber deck, not something you typically see, but...
Or maybe he just wants to draw into those sun kisses and moon wishes.
Trying to do to me.
That's too difficult.
All right.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
I am going to.
Let's see what Mr. Classic can cook up. Can he take the title? Can he be the Mr. Dumpster?
Mr. Dumpster.
And yes, that is a Sunkiss I'm pitching here.
Ooh, pitching a red Sunkiss.
I'm just going to play
controversial.
Man, you can't be pitching those.
I feel like this is the competitive side of Kieran coming through, trying to maximize damage. I'd be slamming that Sunkiss into Arsenal and saving it for later, but maybe he's got something better up at his sleeve.
Playing nice and slow, probably hoping to see that Sunkiss later.
Yeah, true.
To be remembered, these decks are not competitive, and they are largely supposed to be fun. So
maybe he's trying to set up that pitch stack into a combo of the Sunkisses, draw a bunch of life.
Probably lose all his moon wishes by then, though.
Does that let you look?
Kashan having another look. Should we count how many times Kashan can look this game?
Take a shot every time he looks at a card.
Any reason there?
Well, you see, when you need to look, it's always good to be inspired by more looking.
Yeah. Well, look, he's
Now,
doing
hear me
something.
out.
Yep.
I'm gonna look.
He's gonna look again.
I'm gonna have a little.
Another
little
look
cheeky
by
peek.
Kashan.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm gonna keep that on top.
Now that makes you think you.
Mind
Gonna try to get rid of
games.
it.
That's the interesting thing. Is like when Kashan's attacking
I am.
and he's
going
leaving
to
something on top.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's a good card, and he wants to get with his
Defend for
attack
6, yeah.
action
We're
card. Or,
betting Kieran to block there.
Works for me, Chief.
Okay.
Or do you keep the bad cards on top
Hopefully that is a card that I
Yeah.
want
and
to
you
on
make
top.
your opponent block and draw the bad card?
Okay.
they say information is key, and Kashan's
I
definitely
got a good feeling about this.
getting as
so
much
I'm gonna
information as he can.
use my flat trackers.
Sure.
Hop in the flat trackers.
So I'm gonna create. an
Does he have
agility.
a Sunkiss and
Next
Arsenal
turn?
yet?
Now
Yeah.
we've got some real heavy hitters gaming.
That
action.
agility, great combination with the Moon Wish.
Okay.
Maybe he's setting
I
it out for
will-
next turn. Oof. Parry Blade.
Attack
Coming
for
in
2.
hot. Coming in.
I am going to
One card in hand.
Parry Blade, huh? I'm going to defend for 2 with this Frontline Scout. Nice and
Frontline
clean,
Scout, another card that
sideways.
looks.
Okay, look, right, that's okay.
I'm going to Blade Runner to give this go again,
Nice.
Okay.
and then I
Some
will
limited
attack
gameplay going
for
on.
Sick.
5.
Yikes.
Pretty good turn here. Coming in for 2 then 5.
Can I look on the next turn?
But more importantly, Kieran did not flip his boots
I'm gonna give
face
you
down,
a
his leg piece. He
3.
put it in the
Ooh,
graveyard.
That's right.
sword
That's
as well,
right.
doesn't it?
A lot
Yep,
of
so I'm gonna go
controversial
up to
things
6,
happening,
so
but
I'm
none of that.
currently 3 over.
Ooh, I'll be taking 3.
Okay.
1,
Okay,
2,
Kashan
3.
taking 3 damage from
I'm just trying
that.
to set up the combo.
Oh, I'm massively scared.
Yeah.
I feel like I just have no idea what's going on.
Can Kashan look hard enough and see what
All right.
Kieran's
Well,
up to?
I'm going to start my turn by coming in with a cheeky little dagger for 1.
Dagger for 1. Spider's
will
Bite coming in hot.
Take 1.
Good on
No
you.
blocks.
Oof.
Seems
Okay.
good.
First point
All
of
right.
damage for
Guess what,
Mr.
Kieran?
Cheeky.
Is it time to look?
Peeky, peeky.
I'm going to
Oh.
look.
Cheeky, peeky.
Whoa.
That could go on the
Another
bottom.
cheeky-
Actually.
Oh, what does it mean? What does it mean?
Now this one is if it hits, it banishes a card off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
It can get silver, the most important token in commoner.
So does that?
Oh man,
No
if
cards
Kieran
to
was trying to
trade off
pitch
of it.
stack this game,
Okay.
Kashan can really mess it up
Yeah,
by chucking a bunch
absolutely.
of cards to
In
the
that
bottom.
case, I am going to.
And that's the cool thing I feel like about Kashan's gameplay here is
really
he
don't
might
know
have
what's the
more
important
information
cards.
about what Kieran's got on his
I'm just
pitch
gonna
stack
defend
than
this
Kieran
tree.
does.
That's true.
Ooh, 3.
Mm.
All right, well, I'm going
Mr. Classic not afraid to take some damage.
Use my tunic. I'm going to play Razor Reflex.
Going up to 7.
Yep, you got a defense reaction for me?
I do not,
7
so I'm just going to
over
be taking
here.
4 here.
That's why they're going to call
Razor
you Mr.
Reflex.
Dumpster after this.
It's not my combo piece. So banishing the top
Dumpster
card.
taking some
Yep,
damage.
top card.
Out for blood.
Ooh,
All right.
Okay, a blue
I only
alpha
banish
blood.
non-attack actions, so I don't
Yeah.
get any silver from that.
So the attack
All right.
creates silver
That's-
on
that's
non-attack action
good lesson
cards,
for your kids
so
back home.
Kashan does not make a silver here.
When you look, you shall find. Over to you.
All right, so my
You can't find
agility
without looking.
is going to pop here.
Sure.
What is he looking for though?
I am going to
Looking for a scrap, I guess.
Yeah.
pitch the
If only he was
Sunkiss.
playing with
Pitching another red Sunkiss.
Oh my god, he's
I
pitched
saw
stacking.
that on top of the deck.
Yeah, I was like, oh, do I have to protect this? I'm going to play lead with speed.
Very good.
So we'll be
Recreating
boosting
his
Agi for
agility
next turn.
token with the lead with speed.
Then I'm going to attack for 5. Go again.
Oof.
Actually, sorry, I'm
That's
going to
Mr.
attack with this one.
Is Mr.
5
Chris-
go again.
Bit of a take. Mr. Takes his backsies.
Just take backs.
You've got 2
Yeah.
resources left, huh?
2 resources left.
Honestly, I'm kind of disappointed in Kieran here. I was hoping
I'm
for
going to
a
declare no blocks
for
on
a
this.
moon for a Sunkiss.
I know, I
Taking
know. He's
5.
just
1,
he's
2,
taken.
3,
I want to
he's
see the
taken-
combo.
All right. and
Taking
then
the
I'm
deck
going to
idea and just spit on it.
pay 1.
Pitching his sun kisses and attacking with his weapons.
But I love the equipment suite. You have the hard and cross strap, the Goliath gauntlet, really going
Wanna defend
all
for two.
in on that combo.
Oh,
No
that
reactions
Goliath
from me.
gauntlet has got to be it.
Good.
Yeah.
Really want that Moonwish to hit. This is like
All right.
such a stupid play and is definitely not worth the 3 life. But it's funny.
Kashan
So I really
taking
like
some
looking at your
damage. Let's
deck,
see
but
what
I
he's
also
got
really like
coming.
looking at my deck.
In the dumpster
so
dive
I'm
format,
gonna
you got to
look
take some damage to look.
twice.
What's better than looking once? It's looking twice.
Whispers of the Oracle.
He's the Oracle.
Was it
He's the
worth-
scout.
Was it worth a 3 life?
So,
Absolutely not.
And now that I've looked, I'm gonna look. And I'm
He's
gonna look
looking
at the top of your
again.
deck.
Looking again, looking at mine, looking at yours.
What do we have
I'll
here?
put that on the bottom.
What's he going to do with all that information? Forget it.
Okay.
Maybe the sideways is good for all this.
Okay.
Yeah,
cards
for
going
this
along.
looking.
That's
That's
right.
true.
The ergonomics of having the horizontal
for us to
deck are
make
coming in.
something
Yep, yep, yep. When you got
I'm
a
gonna
card
say
in
no
graveyard, card in
blocks.
banish, you know, it's easy to slide under the deck.
Oh, that's so
Absolutely.
risky. And here, guess what? I'm gonna look again.
Oh, he's
He's
cut to the
looking
chase. He's looking for the 4th time in a turn.
Oh my god.
Can he find what he's looking for?
I got 7 damage at you.
No reactions from me.
All right, let's do 7 damage and banish the top card.
Does Kashan even know what he's looking for?
Kieran is taking 7 here.
Come on,
It's the
Sunkist.
dumpster.
Oh.
That's a good card.
I
It's
don't
the
give you
sink
silver
below.
though.
So
I've been
Kashan
trying
was
to-
looking for the
trying to push
Sunkiss. I
away
think he's
hyper
trying to like
Sunkisses.
remove as
Yeah,
many
no, I
pieces
saw
of the
it. I
combo
looked.
as you can from Kieran's deck.
All right, I'll draw up.
Okay, my agility pops.
I think this is it.
And Kashane,
Jason, I
it's
think this
time.
is it.
He's going to
Gonna
pop
play
up. Oh,
the hardest cross trap.
he's
Oh,
doing
All the
it.
looking in the
Hard and
world. And I
cross
couldn't have
trap.
seen
It's
this.
coming in.
Come on,
And
pop the Goliath gauntlet. Come on,
I'm gonna
man.
play Moonwish.
No.
With go again.
Pop the Goliath
Hold up, hold up.
gauntlet.
Wait. Kieran
Well,
needs to read the
Sorry.
card first.
Kieran,
Come on, mate.
Mr.
My
Div.
apologies. I will also use the Goliath gauntlet on
Okay.
this. Coming in for 6. Sorry, I
That
got too
kinda-
excited. I
you
jumped,
gotta-
I
gotta
jumped the
let it-
gun there.
Card has to
Well,
hit,
the thing
mate.
is,
Oh my god, I love it. Everyone in the chat putting up eye emojis
so
when
this
he
is for
looks.
6, you said?
Yeah.
Well,
Take a peek.
hear this out. I'm gonna
Cheeky peeky.
defend for 3.
Ooh.
Any reactions from you?
No reactions.
Saving 3 life.
Horizontal
I'm
defend.
gonna look.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yes,
I was
I'll
worried
look at the top
defending
card
with the
of the
whispers there. He might not be able to look, but
Yeah, I'll put
it
that on
saved
top.
him.
Another cheeky.
Got me good this time. Okay, no reactions from me. I will close the chain.
Oh no.
Oh.
My Moonwish.
What was the pummel
This joke is
follow
gonna
up?
be so unfunny by the end of this.
I'm going to play Draw Swords.
Ooh,
So I
that's nice.
draw a card, and then my next attack gets plus
Back
3.
to
so
his
it's gonna
regular game
also
plan.
decay.
Yes.
Drawing
I'm
card.
gonna have to change the hero emoji to eyes for our official.
Okay, I'm going to pitch.
There's an
let's just
idea
have a look.
for maybe a new version of Arachne in the future.
Just eyes.
Okay, I'm going to
Eyes
use
everywhere.
my Psi hero ability.
I
Banishing,
think it's too confusing.
Peaky
Put
Blinders.
2 eyes on it.
banishing 2
Peaky
reds,
Blinders Arachne.
Nice.
2 yellows.
Snake eyes on his hero.
And I pitch this to play.
Just the
Legal
third
speed.
eye.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Nice.
another agility token from Mr. Classic.
And then I
Mr.
am
Dumpster.
going to
Mr. Go
so I
again.
make my agility. So I'm going to
Mr.
attack
Saber.
for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 resources up.
Ooh, that's a
Good
lot of
boy.
So
damage.
big. Oh, this is interesting. No, it's not that interesting.
And on hits, I will
You get a gold, right?
get a gold.
It goes up
And
as well. How much is this for?
Another
sorry?
fate for would
this
be
is
really
for
good here.
7 in
Just to
total.
have another look.
7.
Mr. Classic repping the. He probably wishes he could
I'm
pummel
gonna
that
defend for 2.
saber.
Ooh.
No reactions from me.
Oh,
No,
no
no
reactions
reactions
from
from
Mr.
me.
Classic.
Okay.
I'll be taking. So this goes up to 8, right? So I'll be taking 6.
No, this isn't an attack action, right?
Right. Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Yep.
I should have
Yep.
looked.
Scout the periphery, defending for
So you
2
take
here.
5 in total.
Yep.
Should
1,
have
2,
should have
3,
looked
Sean
at his
taking
card. Eh?
5.
I will
Should have
create
looked.
my gold
Ooh.
Okay.
and then pass back to you.
Nice.
Kieran did
Very good.
manage to get that gold token.
Man, if
Might
only I could
prove
look.
crucial later on.
If only there was a way.
Yeah, I feel like Kashan needs to do a bit more looking.
Unfortunately, we won't be looking this turn.
Oh no!
No.
Oh,
That's
eyes
so
closed.
sad.
Is there an eyes closed emoji?
Okay. How are we going to do this?
I feel like in this deck, if you
This
don't
deck
look, you
is
should just
garbage.
lose the game.
Yeah.
I'm going to play a
Oh, a draw swords red.
draw swords.
Kieran's drawing cards. Kashan's trying to look, but he's not keeping up with all the card draw.
What is he looking for?
He's looking for gold that Kieran has.
I'm going to. So play a Moonwish for 5.
There we go.
Let's
There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
no.
On floating.
Oh no.
He
does
can
have
have
the pummel.
Surely he has the pummel here.
Lord.
He's been setting up this whole game for this moment.
This is very threatening.
Good range of emojis in the chat.
I love
As much as I want to look.
Elon Musk, I
also
love your
need to watch
emoji.
out for this
It's very
dream that you're trying to put
the
together,
stop
so I'm
hold
gonna give you,
with the goblin-looking dude.
I'm gonna give you 5.
No.
He's being blocked out again. There's
No
pummel.
sun kisses for you today, Mr. Classic.
No.
Okay, yep,
Unless.
You got me good. And then,
Kashan's giving up his vision just to stop those moon wishes.
Attack 4, 5.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's Atari Saber.
Oh wait, actually, sorry,
coming in
I drew a
hot,
card this
coming
turn,
in
so
for
this is
5.
actually
Free,
free
yeah.
to attack with.
No worries.
Ooh. I reckon Mr. Classic is bluffing here. He needs
I
that one
am
resource for
going
the
to-
attack reaction in his arsenal or hand. All
Should've
Kashan wants to do is just look, but he's forced to block.
I know, forced to, born to look, forced to block.
I'm trying to make a wish, but
trying to make a
it
wish.
keeps getting blocked.
I don't like wishes.
If Mr. Classic had one wish, what would it be?
How much is this for? 5.
To be called
5
Mr.
in
Classic
total.
for the rest of his life.
6 is
Probably. Oof. Decisions.
He's probably looking for the optimal line
Yeah,
to look.
Kashan is looking for a way out of this one.
Looking for a way to
absolutely cooked here.
look at more cards, but for what purpose?
We're going to defend with a non-attack action.
Yeah, another
Yep,
defense.
no reactions from me.
I'll be taking 3.
Oh no.
And then I
Sean
will
dropping down to
discard an
3.
agile wind up to make an agility.
Oh, Mr. Classic.
That's
the
a-
agility never stops.
That's a
Pretty
size
good.
Call him Mr.
You know what you'd
Agile.
like to have go again? The moon wish.
Can he get
Running
to his
out of
pitch
ways
stack?
to stop that from hitting.
Kashan
But if I get to
probably
1,
pop
then it'll
his
never happen.
braces here to look.
Well, in days like these,
He's defending with
in times
front
like
light
these,
scout.
There's not really a lot you can do.
He's defended with Scout the Periphery.
Except look.
Oh,
Gonna have a look.
he's
Okay.
gonna, he's gonna
I've
have
got
another
a
look.
look.
He's gonna have another look.
All right, I'll keep that on
Oh,
top.
oh, he's keeping it on top. What does it mean?
Oh wait, I meant to. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh no, he forgot to look again. No. the
Sean.
braces.
I will.
Kashan, no.
No, he could have looked again.
No, we could have had
Don't
2
worry
looks
about
this
it. It's not
turn.
important.
It's no big deal.
It's no big
I'm
deal,
gonna
he says,
say
but it is
no
a big deal.
blocks.
No reactions.
Oof.
You know,
Okay.
it's almost
that's like
a reason to pop
cards you wanna get
Snapdragon
rid of,
to
so I'm
go
actually
braces
gonna-
just to look
I'm
at
gonna
it.
Zach the
sink below.
Shifty coming in for 4. Mr. Classic.
Put this
Scared.
card
Shaking in his boots.
He
to the
wants that
bottom.
card that
Fully defending it.
Too.
Mr. Classic.
At the end. Okay,
He
we're in
knows.
business. We're in business.
That's all I got. That's all I got. At least we got to have a look.
Yeah,
So
Kashan
that's
got to
nice.
have a look.
Okay.
He knows exactly
My
what's in
agility
Kieran's
cracks.
hand.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
one
so
of the cards.
unfortunate.
And we're gonna kick things off
He's
with a
doing it.
moon wish.
Oh,
Let's go again.
Moon wish
The one
coming
that
in.
was on the top as well.
Was it a
I love
pummel?
it when Arachne's hero ability is just help your opponent.
Yeah, it's like
Fix your opponent's hand.
I feel he wants to get rid of this one, so we'll keep dropping the moon wishes.
Okay.
Whenever you
Oh,
attack
man.
with a contract
they're gonna
card,
need,
fix
like,
your opponent's hand.
6 booster sets to fix this hero. Goodness gracious.
Oh.
Ooh, facing down this moon wish.
So
Yeah.
I am.
Can all the
gonna
information
be
Kashan
little
manage to
cheeky
gather
here.
help
Ready
him in
for
this
3?
moment?
That's lethal, bro.
Okay, I will just go damage.
Not so fast. Any reactions? from
2
you,
over currently.
Mr. Classic.
Mr. Classic.
No
Does he have the pump?
reactions.
No, no
All right,
reaction.
I'm going to be defending with Frailty Trap.
Oh.
Because it's got Go Again.
That's a good one.
Moonwish
giving
with Go
you the
again.
green mean bug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Frailty Trap pretty good
You
against
got me
Kasai
good. You
here.
got me good there.
Hopefully this is
Now,
enough to,
where do I wanna go with this
survive
card?
another
I don't
turn,
really
have a
want
few
that
more
moon
peaks.
wish, so.
All right, chat. I
The
need
whole
you.
point
I
of
need
this
you
game
to
is to
give
set
me
up
your
that
best
the
looking
crowds are going to
puns.
see a big Moonwish go off and they just deny
He's
it.
in the blender.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Is he
close the
going to
chain,
attack with his weapon?
I'm going to destroy this gold.
Oh no, he's popping
Not
his gold.
looking
looks-
good
that's
for
clean.
Kashan. Nice one, Kiki. Love it.
Uh-oh.
And then I will attack for
Attack for
one.
One. Oh, here comes one.
One resource available.
I will declare no blocks.
Ooh, come
No
on.
reactions.
Yeah,
Reactions.
yeah,
Yes, he
let's
survives
go.
another turn.
Oh no. I'm getting close to dying though. He's still at 8.
My moon wishes.
I don't want you to.
Kashan has to
Yeah.
pop his braces here to have his
It's gonna be
look.
A bit of
Yeah.
bit of a time to get through this.
I love the patience on Kashan.
No.
He knows he needs to look at some point
Now, in
at the
times
top
like
of his own
these,
deck.
I like to do a little thing I call
Oh, let's go.
believing. And the only way
Yes.
to
Believing.
He's
to have a
gonna
look?
believe. He believes.
I love it.
He's gonna look.
All
You
right.
have to show both players. Though.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, he
yeah,
believed and
baby.
he achieved.
Now we're going to
Go.
get +2. on
He
the
knows
top.
exactly what's on top of his deck. So does Kieran.
And I'm going to Blossom Spring.
Okay,
Gain a resource.
he's going big.
Oh wow.
And critically, is he going to look
And
again?
now I'm going to look.
He's going to look
Yes!
again.
We're going to look.
Another
Yep.
look.
Have a
Yep.
cheeky peek.
Cheeky peeky.
Ooh,
oh,
sun
ooh,
kiss.
that's
Oh,
fine.
sun kiss.
Oh,
That's all good. So I've got a 7 power here.
oh, that's pretty
It's
good.
a
I'll just
7
cancel your
power.
top card. I get a silver.
Annihilate,
It is
annihilate the
Everything that
Oh,
Kashan
it
has
doesn't
been looking
matter.
at throughout the entire game has
Attack
culminated
action.
to this moment.
Mm-hmm. He's looked.
No resources.
He's seen. Has he found what he was looking for?
I'm going to.
He's looked twice this turn.
Mhm.
Can he look again?
I
Defending
hope
for
so. I truly hope so.
4?
Is he going to look again?
Oh, oops. My apologies. Defend for 4. It's a little risky, isn't it? Ooh, actually, I thought that was 5. I was feeling kind of safe.
Oh,
Not
but
save, Mr.
maybe we need
Mr.
to
Classic. Feeling vulnerable.
He's got the snapdragons up.
Kashan has all the info.
This is the power of look.
The power of look.
Yeah.
Yep,
right.
defend for 4.
Look and cook. I got no reactions
Look
to
and
add.
cook. I like it.
The one card that's missing from this deck, I feel, is
Take
the
3.
Let's go.
Potion of Seeing.
Yeah!
He got it.
No, I don't want to hear
He
anyone.
looked, he saw, he
talk smack
sniped.
about looking ever again. This is the
Ooh.
hero. This is the one. I'm gonna draw up.
See, Jason, he didn't even
Fair
have to
enough.
look again. He
My
got the card
God.
he needed.
My
Actually
God.
did have a little cheeky peek.
Okay, I'm going to pitch to play lead with speed.
Another lead with speed.
agility.
He's setting up another
And then I'm going to
follow
attack
up.
for 5.
Oh,
Kieran
one
on the
resource
back
up.
foot here.
Yeah.
Trying to survive.
Hmm.
Can Kashan look here?
Yeah, well, look, he's in a tough spot,
Goes up. As
but I feel
well,
like he
eh?
can survive.
I can see
King
that.
with an attack. Yeah.
But Kieran's been sitting on this arsenal for a
Well, I
long
don't have any nimbles into my
time.
graveyard.
He had opportunities to use an attack reaction.
Strike.
Maybe he's just
Yeah.
been waiting this whole time.
He's really looking to solidify this victory.
Is he looking to do that? Is he?
Yeah, so 5 total on this one with the buff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 5 total.
Yeah.
Saber coming in for 5. Can Kashan
You
survive
know what,
another
I'll give
turn?
you-
Find a
Yes.
window.
Praying for no attack
Look
back
at
out
him.
of Kieran's hand.
I'm dealing lethal. I'm dealing lethal. I will say no reactions.
Now here comes the ultimate player. Keep this in my hands.
The
that you wouldn't know
ultimate play,
about.
he says.
Oh!
No, I just.
He kept on sandbagging this card.
Oh.
It's the inertia trap. It's the inertia trap.
Yeah, let's
My
go.
arsenal, I've been
This
sitting
no-
for 5 turns.
Now I never got to look.
This
but I'm hoping it'll go away.
This is the biggest combo pillar.
That's what you do. If you can't see
one
the
hurts a
cards,
lot.
you ship it
I'll
away.
take a one.
No
Yeah.
reactions.
I'll take a one here.
Oh, going down to
sure,
1. Oh, Kashan.
Mr.
the
Classic
one
really
time- it's
seeing
only right?
now what it
I
what it
don't
means
know,
to
yeah.
have
Oh.
this combo
Th-
Yeah,
this
yeah,
was
that's
just
fine.
a-
taken
yeah.
away from
Okay,
them.
let's go.
So
Yeah,
both
we
my
don't call him
cards-
Mr. Combo, do
So
we?
maybe actually
Yeah.
it was
I reckon that
some
reaction
outlook.
is going to change his
Nice.
outlook on this game.
best thing I've done all game.
Oh, that is very sad.
It is quite sad.
And Kashan's
like,
still holding on to that Snapdragon Scalers. He has 3 cards to work with
Well,
now.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a fun little move. That
He's
I
been
like to
looking all
call-
game. Now he's going to show Kieran
look.
what's up.
Oh, he's going to look again. Oh, my God.
Have a cheeky.
Bit of a
peek.
look, bit of a show.
Yeah, all right. We'll keep that on top.
Oh,
on
leaving
top.
it on top?
Okay. What does it mean?
Is that a
4
good card?
damage.
Is that a bad card?
Does he want to banish it? Does he want to block out?
Starting to get kind of scary.
Hmm.
Oh, Kieran's in
I
the blender
will
here.
Mr. Classic feeling the pressure.
All right. I'm gonna look again.
Oh, he's
Now I know what's on top.
Is it
Yep,
going to
but
be
I'm
the same
gonna look
card?
at it again
It
anyway.
is the same
Needs to
card.
look
And I'm gonna keep it
again.
on
Where's it going to go? It's going on top.
So
No,
slay
it
the
doesn't kill
scholars.
you.
This one triggers
taking
off
4.
non-attack
Okay, we'll put
action
you to 1.
cards. So hey,
Well,
maybe
we got a game.
that's
Okay.
what's on top.
This is what we say. This is where the real game
But
of
he
Flesh
wants
and
to
Blood
hit a power
begins.
card here, no?
Is it?
Yeah, we'll banish that card.
Oh,
Goblet.
So I
that's
do get a
pretty good
silver
banish.
for this because it's a
he
non-attack.
does get a
Yep.
silver.
Taking agilities away
I'm
from
gonna die
Kieran
rich.
is important.
Kashan's been keeping this Arsenal card
Okay.
safe in there. Maybe it's a defense reaction.
1-to-1 life now. I mean, Kieran looked in the driver's seat before,
I know.
but
I've
after losing
already
that
taken
He
Arsenal,
my
was
one.
looking quite ahead before.
he was looking quite ahead, was he?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
play
Okay.
lead with
Yep.
speed.
Very good.
So I'm gonna be resetting the
What was that,
staging.
the 8th
Yeah.
lead with speed?
the list.
So I have the reds and yellows. It's not really the vibe of this. Like, I guess on hit.
How
I
many
win the
times
game,
is he going to
so
make these
Yeah,
agility
true.
tokens? This is insane.
What's he going to
That's
do
the
with
best
them?
on-hit of them all.
I'm going to.
Kashan saving a Snapdragon Scalers for the next
I'm going
common
to
era
attack
event.
for
Oh, yeah.
4 with
Saving
Guardian.
it for Worlds?
Yeah, saving it for Worlds. Parry Blade.
Yeah, we are in a bit of
Why
a...
is it a Parry Blade
bit of a
coming
tricky
in? What's
situation
Mr.
here.
Classic got cooking up?
But I'm going to declare no blocks.
No blocks.
No blocks.
No,
No
blocks.
blocks.
It's got to be a red fate. It's got to have a
No
look.
reactions.
No reactions.
All right.
Oh my.
Now, this is one of my favorite cards in the game.
Frailty trap.
Kashan's favorite card in
Oh,
the game. Fate Facine.
Yeah, let's
Have a look.
Lets him stop
That
the damage
card's
and look at the top
Oh,
of
on
his
the
deck.
bottom.
Yeah.
That's why it's important to have a look.
Yeah, it's always
Maybe we
important to see the future.
Man, it hurts me to do this, but I don't think I'm gonna have time to come back and find the combo.
No time to find the combo. What does this
So
mean?
I'm gonna have to just play up by some.
Oh, that's brutal.
Classic with the side stare.
Oh,
So
no.
good with the inertia
Yeah.
trap.
Well, if only I'd looked,
He's
I would've
definitely
known
looking
and I
forward
would've
to the
left it
future
for
with that one.
viewers, you know? The problem is that myself, like many, as Arachne players, we're horrible. No fun for you. All right, I'm gonna play this. Nimbleism.
Okay.
Nimbilism, red Nimbilism +3.
Setting up his pitch stack for the Nimble Strike.
And
Solid.
All the looking.
I'm gonna come in
Oh,
Okay. Oh, cheeky.
1.
Oh.
repping a Codex of Frailty, but this is commoner. What's going on, Jason?
Think here.
He's
Now I feel like I'm.
he's really looking to put Mr. Classic in a tough spot.
What does it mean?
Still that one Razor Reflex left.
What I love is that all of the banished cards, there's like 2 that are from me.
Razor Reflex would be pretty spicy. I feel like playing out that Nimbilism just to get in Kieran's head would be perfect. He's gonna respect it.
Ooh.
Mr. Classic's gonna respect it. I love it.
Spider's bite.
All right.
Who's this man?
Now we're gonna come in for 7.
Oh my.
Guess what, Kieran?
He's gonna look.
He's gonna look.
I'm
He's
gonna
gonna look,
look.
Carol. Carol, he's looking. Does he like it?
He looked.
Oh.
He saw.
I will pop this card to the
And
bottom.
he chucked it on the bottom.
On the bottom. What does it mean?
Go. Coming in for 7.
didn't
If it
like
hits,
what
I
he
get
saw.
to-
He didn't.
top card
Maybe
you
he
get.
loved
And
what
I've
he
got
saw.
one resource.
He was happy to put on the bottom.
You're right. I mean, Kieran has to block out here.
I just can't wait for Kieran to reach his pitch stack, and Kashan will know exactly what's in Kieran's hand.
This is tough. Because I died a Razor Reflex.
Ooh, is Kieran going to play around Razor?
I think he died to look.
Die to look.
I'll defend for 8.
Oh.
Yeah, all right. That's fine.
Huge. Losing
That's
his
all I got for
agility
you.
this turn.
Kieran giving up the
Okay,
option
just
to
throwing the
defend with
dumpster
his
at it and
parry
hoping to
blade,
live.
deciding
So I
that
lose
it's
my
best
agility.
to just play it safe here.
And I just have to pass turn.
Block
Oh.
out.
Oh, he's getting close to being in that
That's right, let's
dagger
take a,
lockdown.
It's dangerous,
Look
though,
at this
because the
attempt.
longer the game goes, the more looks Kashan gets.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that the more looks he gets, the more powerful.
Yes,
he
Anton's
becomes.
K. Kieran's
This is
definitely
where the
looking
power
worried
of
right now.
Arachne really comes into play. Wow, this is some garbage. Right.
Garbage.
Kashan finally dove into that dumpster. I have a feeling that that's exactly what his hand looks like.
I'm going to
Like
defend
it's just all scout the peripheries.
Yeah.
with parry
Oh,
blade.
defending with the blade. Blade against blade. Turning
Goes
on
up
the
to
piercing on Spider's Bite, but doesn't matter. Parry blade can defend it all.
We're gonna pitch this. We're gonna come in for
One again.
In for one.
But see, Mr. Classic's in the blender now.
love how this
Any
blocks
red
it with
razor
the Pearson
reflex
going
and
up then
it's lights
just
out.
defending for 2. It's actually really nice.
He's just got to block out
I'll
here.
defend for 2.
Honestly, I love seeing
Alright, you
Parablade
ready?
here on stream.
Pass
Such a
turn.
great
Oh my god, he passes.
Oh!
Okay.
Maybe I should show the camera.
Show us, Cash. Show us what's in your hand.
Alright.
All right, now, I
us
guess
the sauce.
unfortunately I'm down to 1 weapon.
That's alright. The power of 2 weapons coming in clutch.
Oh, he had a fate foreseen.
Jeez, the
Probably
silver.
should not have
Continues
blocked
to
that
look.
Parablade there.
True.
Oh, there's
look
the
at me looking.
razor. He's got the razor.
Okay.
If you're too loud, they're going to hear us.
Oh shit, sorry.
I'm going to.
Alright, it's time to whisper.
Does he have the razor?
Does
he
he have the razor reflex?
does have the razor. Is he going to play
I'll
around
get
it?
back to the pitch stack.
True. Well
Well,
spotted
if
by
you let me
Winton
head, I'll help you out.
Bidfit.
Yeah, burn through some of those
He
cards.
does have the silver
I
available.
will.
He could have
fact,
popped it to try and
probably
dig
need to-
deeper.
Wait, how many cards do I have left? Not that
And
many.
look,
But he doesn't know
another
what the card
card.
is. He doesn't know what the card is. He needs to see
I'm
what it
going
is on
to-
top first.
mm-hmm.
Attack you for 2.
Well, that's funny because I'm going to defend for 2.
Ooh.
Nimblism, clean,
Okay,
clean
I'm
block
going
there.
to-
Any reactions?
Non-attack doesn't trigger the Satari.
Okay.
Ooh.
+3. Okay.
Is it going to be enough?
Okay.
Kashan's been sitting on that arsenal for quite some time.
Does he have a reaction? He wouldn't slow roll a reaction, would he?
He would.
Yeah, he would.
He definitely would.
Absolutely.
He's considering his options.
Well, I'm going to look.
Oh,
yep.
he's going to
Yep.
look
Covered
again.
perfectly by a yellow favor scene.
Wow. And you know what? That's silver.
Put this
Pretty
card
great
on.
combination with looking.
Yeah, you could say he's got a bit of
Pass.
cash.
Mm-hmm.
Good man.
He's got a bit of
Who's gonna
foresight
dig out
there.
first? This has been like quite a game.
Yeah,
eh? Like,
it has. It
right,
has.
right
I
down
have to
the
say, this
bottom
is
of the
yeah,
the
this has definitely
dumpster.
been a bit of a thriller. I wish we saw that Sunkus Moonwish combination, but just the good old flesh and blood back and forth is enough to keep us entertained.
That's what Kieran's good at.
Mm-hmm.
Playing some back and forth. Oh, what's he gonna do?
Ooh, someone, Kelvin Clark spotted that there's a cheeky frailty trap in Arsenal for cash. Pretty good card to keep himself safe.
Okay. Oh no, the red pummel.
The
That's
red
your game closer.
Cash is deliberating. He's got the red razor reflex.
Surely you just
Do you razor here?
do it.
I mean,
Just have to.
damage is damage.
Damage is
Damage is-
damage. Yeah,
Damage
he's
is
right.
damage.
These are
He's
all
pitching it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same.
Right
Save that
spot
razor.
there. Avoided
He's-
death.
He's setting up that pitch stack.
Saving that razor for
That's why they
worlds.
call him Mr. Classic.
No blocks.
No reactions. Yeah.
Oh, taking one.
Take 1.
Kieran is not afraid.
I feel like Cash is really making the
Two
most of
seconds
having
save
2
that
weapons. I think Mr. Classic wishes he had 2 weapons to work with here.
How are we still alive? This is criminal.
Ooh.
Okay.
Draw
Oh, no.
swords.
Let's
Oh,
push
no.
this.
Mr. Classic is
I'm
looking
gonna
at the
give this
top
plus
card
1.
through.
That's-
Oh
that
no,
dominates
never
my
mind.
Forward.
Push forward. Never mind.
I mean, it
Keep
sounds
your
like
razor
it
weapons
rhymes
to
with
the
draw
next
swords.
attack.
I just wanted them to
So
look
attack
again.
the weapon first with it.
So your next weapon attack this turn gets +1. If you've attacked with a weapon this turn, your next attack this turn gets
So
dominated.
it's
So it's
just
just
for
the good old
Yeah,
+1.
coming in for 3.
We're still pitch stacking one of these.
Playing
I
nicely.
can see that. I can look.
What is
around,
happening?
I will attack for 3.
Cash can see what's
Cash
going on
can't
here.
see now. Cash can defend with a single
You wouldn't
attack
expect
action
to be
card
like
that blocks for
graveyard checking
3.
in a
so-
game of dumpster dive.
Can he?
Yeah. Or is checking the graveyard
like-
in commoner
quite a
the
lot with,
ultimate dumpster dive?
Still quite a lot I have to watch out for. Oh, but you don't have any other weapons.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's
Can't get
onto
going
him.
again.
Kashan is onto Kieran.
All those Blade Runners are dead now.
How much is this for? 3.
For
For
3.
3.
I'll block with a non-attack and a reaction, so I'll block for 5 here.
Ooh, respecting Kieran's place.
Five's pretty good.
Well, I might dick out, but we'll see. Might be able to dick
Oh,
you
me
out
too,
first.
me
You
too.
could-
Yeah,
no,
because-
no more looking.
Oh, I can't look.
He can't look.
You
Oh,
can't
it's
look
blind.
anymore.
Oh no!
Wow.
Oh my God, his game plan has
Ellipsis hero
just.
and disc
Oh, his game plan is evaporated. He's got no
Or
more
is his
looks.
game plan online? He knows exactly what Kieran has now.
Does he though?
He's been playing to this game state the whole game.
Now he knows.
He knows.
Now you think
he
I
looked.
might not be able to
Now
look.
he knows.
But here's the thing. I can always look.
Oh, he can look at his
Oh
hand.
my God, he's gonna look at his hand.
Wait a second.
We get to look.
We thought he had no more looks.
Oh, very good.
But he still had
we've
one
got
left.
Not
cheeky,
one, but 4
some
looks
big
in
damage
one.
coming in here.
That's pretty good.
This
Yikes. All right.
this frontline scout
And
putting
I've
in the
got
work.
3 with Spider's Bite coming in.
Yo,
though.
can we get 4 eye emojis in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, the Spider's Bite
One
doesn't
for
matter
each
against
card.
you, so it's just 3.
We thought that his hero abilities
so-
eyes were. His hero's eyes were closed.
This might
Bet
be
he's
Arachne's
looking.
first win on stream.
First one on stream, he says. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a bit bold. A
Doing
bit bold
this
to me
for you,
making that claim
Brian.
right now.
I'll defend for 3.
Taking 1?
Mm.
Oh no,
wait,
no, sorry, no,
3.
no, you're not taking any. Sorry. Yep, that's good with me.
Oh, Kieran staying
good
on
with
2
me.
life.
Okay.
Can he somehow weasel his way out of this one?
Is it
Okay, so
gonna
my
be
hand's
enough?
pretty much face up.
Thank you. Now I get to look.
When in doubt, when you've got nothing to look at, you can always look at your arsenal.
Okay, how do I do this?
Think about it.
It's the only hidden information left in the
You
game.
weren't expecting so much like back and forth in a dumpster
Oh,
dive
we're getting
game.
the full
Okay.
full eyeballs.
So,
Shout outs to Zoe Gersner and Elliot Nichols for concocting these absolute
Yeah.
piles of trash.
Zoe and Elliot.
so I'm going to.
Thank you for this.
I love these decks, man.
Yeah.
They're awesome. Might build a looking Arachne in
Piss
CC.
and run.
Kiss it and dip.
That's the
It's
beauty
a
of
little
playing
bit
it
of
in
a
CC,
puzzle.
right? You get a lot more chances to
Yeah.
look.
You get 60 cards to look at instead of 40. Okay.
Attack for 2, go again.
2 go
Now
again.
Go
I know
again.
he's
Got
fine.
the eyed soul response in the end. Yep.
That one's pretty face up.
That's
Two
a
go
cheeky one
again.
there.
Huge. I'll defend for 3. with a
Zupi.
non-attack.
Yep.
Yeah, shout out to Zupi.
And then I will Moonwish for 4.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
That's only
He set it
Oh
up.
my god.
Yes.
Okay. That's such a valiant effort.
He's played
I was so
towards
close
us the
to
whole
being
game.
able to
Yeah,
give it
I
dominate
got
or
really
something,
tried
but
setting it
I was a
up.
card short, I
Oh
think.
yeah, that would have been so good. I really wish I could let this hit just for
If
like.
this card was a
score and
different
shit.
card,
It's the
you'd be
last thing
dead.
of the game.
I
Coming
think
in with that
that's not
crucial
good.
break point here. Coming in for 4.
Well, I guess I could just give you.
Cash just doesn't
I'll
care,
give you,
right? Shouldn't care.
these 2 cards.
Yeah.
2 cards.
Oh, he's defending with a razor
No
reflex.
razor for me.
Oh, Kieran's got 2 cards in hand.
All right.
Can surely
One.
Cash can look again.
I will
You
take
told
1.
Kieran to look
Good on you.
once. Oof. Oh. Oof.
What's
Oh.
it
Wait, they both have
Very
2
nice.
cards left.
Cash has a trap in his arsenal.
True. Now, if Kieran could look, he probably would
This
have
is so interesting.
spotted that
Attack for
trap,
2.
but he can't. He's in the dark on this one.
And we got a +1 in hand as well. Uh oh.
Oh, what's he gonna do? How is he gonna play around reprise?
Well, I'm gonna defend for 2.
Oh.
I love how this game went to. See, this is what I'm
Okay.
talking about. Flesh and blood. Every card
Okay,
matters.
Yep,
what's
yep,
This
going
is how
on
it's
here?
supposed to be.
Defending for-
Maybe this is
2 on
the
2,
optimal
right
way
there.
to play Flesh and Blood.
Surely there's one more reaction.
Oh my god. Kieran's in the
Kieran's
blender.
looking through that
He's
graveyard.
going through the graveyard. Oh, there's one more.
Wait, are there no
He's
more
trying to
reactions?
spot
Oh,
something.
Did
Is
he
there?
miscount?
So the thing is, if I play this and you stop me, I get fatigued and lose. But if I
Ooh.
don't,
Bit of a blender here.
defend, attack back. Hope you don't have it.
So either way,
So it's a lose-lose scenario.
does he
dumpster dive
have
game
it?
is real.
That is the question.
So I
yeah.
know that
Kieran
card, I just
wishes
don't know
he
that
had
card.
that
Because
information.
Sean's just styling on Kieran at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kieran's playing hard of seeing Kasai.
Alright, I'll go plus one.
Oh, he's done it.
for 1 over.
+1, huh?
Oof.
Well, it's in times like these, Kieran, that we wish that we had looked.
Mm-hmm.
And I can
Kashan
safely say
wishes he saw.
I did look.
Oh, he has the frailty trap. Oh my god.
Kieran did not see the frailty trap in his
Kashan
graveyard.
had the foresight.
Oh my god.
Sit on that frailty
Alright,
trap.
down to the
And
very
this
bottom
exact
of
moment.
Attacking. Here's the fist bump.
Mr. Dumpster. Everyone has to
Mr.
stop calling him
Dumpster.
Mr. Dumpster. Kashan showing his
power of
prowess
look.
in this
I hope you're
format.
happy, Brian.
He's been
It's
dumpster
Arachne's
diving
first
since
win on
way
stream.
back.
King of Commoner, as they
Good
call
game.
him.
I wish I managed to get the Moonwish combo off.
But
I was trying to set it up so I had
gotta
the
say,
Moonwish and Arsenal when you inertia trapped me. I had the
he
pummel.
did it.
So I was trying to hold
Arachne
the Moonwish
managed to
I was
see,
holding stuff for so long
managed
for
to
the
find
public
what he
because
was
I
looking
like,
Yeah,
for.
we finally found a format that Arachne can win at.
Yeah, all that information added together for a clean victory stopped that Kasai combo.
It's ironic that he only has one eye, but he sees so much.
Well, I have to say, I don't.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I feel like this was a great showcase of what the commoner format can do, what you can stitch together with just commons, what you can achieve by diving into your local dumpster, finding some treasures, and having a good time.
Yeah, and it does show the quality of games that you can have by having like two garbage decks pair up against each other.
Absolutely.
Still good flesh and blood.
And something that we are looking forward to is James White Q&A. So yeah, let's have a quick break and jump straight into it.
Welcome back to our 5th year anniversary celebration stream. We've just dumpster dived. I don't know that I was mentally prepared for that, James. I didn't know exactly what I was going to be seeing, but yeah, I am bringing Look Arachne to the next big event I play, unquestionably.
I know Arachne is one of your favorite heroes.
And I never thought.
Always harping on about we gotta make more Arachnes.
Thank you. Thank you for letting the people know that I am always harping about Arachne. They feel like I've abandoned Arachne. That's not true. I'm always fighting for more Arachne. Always. No, thank you, James, for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and join us on this stream. And I know how much not only the 5th anniversary of Flesh and Blood, but all of Flesh and Blood means to you, how much the Flesh and Blood fans mean to you, how important it is for you to be able to go ahead and connect with them. And I'm really excited you're getting the chance to answer some of their questions. But I'm going to steal the first question. I got you here. And I just want to ask a very broad question. 5 years in, what's on your mind? What's at the forefront of your journey at this moment in time? What are you thinking about 5 years in?
Firstly, it looks like today's been super fun. So thank you to everyone who has put on the show and all of the fans for joining us from around the world. It is a big milestone, man. 5 years in, half a decade. Dude, we're in such a tough, brutal industry. It's a very unforgiving industry. It has a 98% failure rate. And look, I must say, it's none more so than games that are based on licensed IP. That's a fact. And look, we have just clocked up 5 years. September was our 60th month since release. And in September, we celebrated a all-time record for the studio. More unique players played an official tournament of Flesh and Blood than ever before in the history of the studio. More event entries than ever before recorded in the month of September. So look, 5 years deep in an industry environment which is more competitive than I've ever seen it in my 25, 30 years in this industry, and we are setting records. And it goes to demonstrate that we're doing really well. And in fact, look, you see things come out like the top 25 best-selling sealed charts every month from ICV2, and you don't really see Flesh and Blood on there these days. I think that we're the quiet achievers in the industry. If you look a little bit deeper, for example, at the secondary card movement, Flesh and Blood has one of the most active and dynamic secondary card markets in the entire industry. And look, I actually want to shout out to all of our retailers out there who are invested and supporting and engaged with the secondary, the singles markets. Thank you very much for putting in that effort, that extra effort to break down the product and make the single cards available to all of the fans around the world. Look, there's some nuances about Flesh and Blood that sometimes it is more desirable for fans to just like go out and buy the singles that they want for their deck than breaking down sealed product, just by the nature of kind of like the silos that exist in a game system where people are often committed to a hero or a class. So some of these things make sense, but I think there's all these sort of data points that exist out there. Some of them are very visible if you just go and take the time to look at these big markets like TCG Player with the movement of the singles cards. Some of them are not so publicly available, like the data points that we get to reflect on internally, such as organized play, engagement, and activity numbers. But all in all, like, we're doing really well. And, I'm very grateful to all of the players, the fans, the retailers, our distribution partners, our content creators, the broader fandom, like the cosplayers, all the people who just embrace and love this game in the many different ways that you can love the game and the IP. And just thank you for coming on this journey with us over the last 5 years. We're in a great place. We've got awesome things coming down the pipeline. You know all about it. Some of these products that are coming through, I think that we're getting better at making products than ever before. We're learning from our missteps along the way, and sure there has been some, but that's part of evolving and learning and getting better. And I know we have some awesome products coming down the pipeline. And look, we have done it all with original IP. We are the masters of our own destiny, and I'm really excited for the future, man.
I love that you call out that number. I remember when that number first came across my desk. It was a really proud moment for me to just continue to have that growth, that sustainability. That's what really stands out to me. There's a difference between spikes and sustainability. Yeah. And now 5 years in, to have our most unique players ever, it just speaks to sustainability. Yeah. We're here. We're not going anywhere. We're offering great experiences for our players around the world. Feels good.
Yeah, we've established the world's greatest competitive play circuit in the entire world for the modern iteration of this industry, and so that's something that I'm very proud of as well. And I'm very grateful for all of our team who gets on the road and out there deploying these big events, the little events and the big events, all the way from your pro quests in stores through to the battle hardens and the callings and the pro tour and ultimately the world championship, which we're all going to be over in Osaka enjoying very soon. But look, in the modern iteration of our industry, Flesh and Blood leads the pack when it comes to a world tour. And I'm really proud of that, and just very grateful for everyone who joins us as we travel around the world. As we say many times, play the game, see the world, and seeing the world is a really important part of that. I've spoken to it many times in previous interviews that as a young fella growing up and playing the game and seeing the world, it was really critical to me, and I'm glad that we're able to offer that to the next generation as well.
Forget that, offering it to this generation. In 2 weeks from today, I will for the first time get on a plane and go to Japan.
That's awesome.
It's incredible for me, and it's a place that really sparked my TCG journey. So for it to come full circle in this fashion, I'm living proof that we are letting people live these dreams.
Fantastic.
So congratulations, my friend.
Thank
many,
you.
many more years to come. Let's hear from the fans. Let's hear these questions that folks have been submitting over the last few days. I know whenever they get a chance to speak to you directly, I've seen the lines at Worlds, man, wrapped around the building. They all want to know about their hero or their, pet thing that is going on in Flesh and Blood. They want that little nugget of information. And I saw some of these questions, really great stuff from folks out there. We're going to start. This one's not so great. I've about had it with Min-Max Games, to be honest with you, but they want to know. They say they're legally required to ask if there are plans to unban Duskblade.
All right, so a little bit of a story time. Min-Max, I have tried so hard on your behalf.
He really does.
We designed Warmonger's Diplomacy. Honestly, that card, the origins of that was trying to get something into print that would allow us to bring back Duskblade. And I tried, and the devs said, no, even with Warmonger's Diplomacy, you still can't have Duskblade back. But they said no, and we invented an entire format just for you to have Duskblade back. So it's home as in living legend, and looking forward to seeing you showcase that event in Chicago later this year.
Yeah, no one will show that off better than Min-Max Games, as you mentioned, hosting that first LL calling. And I will tell you something. In the dev room, there is literally one of those countdown timers, and it says, days since Duskblade has been offered for unbanning. We literally count the days. It comes up that often that we discuss Duskblade. And
Pretty sure last time you told me I wasn't allowed to ask again.
Well, you haven't listened, James. I'm trying to get the point across, and I'm trying to keep these folks from Min-Max Games off my back. So no Duskblade for the time being. Go play Living Legend if you want your Duskblades. But again, shout out to Min-Max Games, one of our best partners. You mentioned the retailers making this happen. There's a really great example. Let's go to the next question. This one's coming from Kevin Breyer. Kevin wants to know, have we seen the last of mentors? It's been a while since we've seen a mentor. If not, any chance we ever see CC legal mentors?
Okay. I'm going to start with the second part of this. So the concept behind mentors is that they are providing mentorship to the young folk in the world of Wraith on their journey to adulthood, I guess. So it is very much something that's pointed towards to the young heroes. So don't expect to see them as CC, but you can expect to see mentors again, and maybe sooner than you expect.
Yep, that sounds about right to me. Going next to Marcy, who would like to know, what are your thoughts on the new judge shirts, Learn to Play and Mentor? I know you care a lot about this. Whose idea was this? Because it's a really good one. I'm particularly excited to pursue the Learn to Play judge shirt. New players are super important, agree wholeheartedly, and I love helping new people learn the game.
So I'm a massive advocate for teaching the teachers. It's like the Learn to Plays that we run through the conventions, especially around the world. It's a very important part of welcoming new players into the Flesh and Blood community, and it's really important that the people who are actually teaching these interested folk can do so effectively. So teaching the teachers is something that I've been pushing for quite a while. I'm not actually sure what the judge program mentor part is, so I'm going to give some kudos over to Josh Scott and the team for developing whatever that innovation is. I have so much gratitude for Josh, Klaus, Nicolo, and the judge community out there. They were working so hard to create the best judge program that we can, and a significant amount of time and effort and resources go into that, and none more so than from the top with Josh Scott. So thank you, Josh, for pushing these initiatives, and I got to go and find out what this mentor program is, but thank you very much, Josh, for getting the Learn to Play judge cert, and I appreciate that.
Hard to imagine where we'd be without Josh. I know I would have broken this game 20 times over by now if he wasn't always yelling at me and keeping me in line. And in fact, I extend that to all of our judges. I can't imagine this game working. In fact, I know it doesn't work without them. So shout outs to all you
just
folks.
Maybe one last quick thing on that one. I think this is a good example of how Legends Story Studios has become a studio full of some tremendously talented people. And the fact that I don't know exactly what the mentorship program is actually speaks volumes to the amount of trust and excellence and capability that these folk have who are part of the studio. You know, I think we're about 75 strong at LSS now and growing quickly.
Yep.
And like that's just a demonstration of like people are empowered to go and own their function. Josh Scott and his team own that function, and he has made a decision that we need to have this mentorship program. I support him, and it's really fantastic to see these folk like Josh really stepping up and owning these functions that they have within the studio and driving excellence.
Yep, he does
for
a
our fans.
heck of a job out there for sure. Next question coming from Filthy Penguin. How did the idea of pitch cards going to the bottom of deck come into being? It's a simple part of the rules that adds so much depth to the game.
Yeah, so this was in that journey, that 7-year journey from 2012 through to 2019 when we launched Welcome to Wraith, and Chris Gearing and myself, we were playing nearly every day, and putting the pitch zone onto the bottom of the deck probably happened about 3 years in, I would say. And it came from actually trying to solve an issue where being able to like pitch cards directly to the graveyard, which is what it was originally, was closing off so much design space and leading to some really bad degeneracy where we had a lot of like graveyard matters mechanics that we were interested in. Some of them exist in the world already, some of them are yet to be printed. And just being able to get cards into the bin that easy is like actually problematic. So that's actually how it came about. But once we realized that putting the cards onto the bottom of the deck created this this play pattern or like this evolving game state where you were typically playing out your high impact red cards throughout the earliest phases of the game and pitching your blues to pay for your reds essentially, and then you get back to the second cycle when your deck's kind of full of your weaker cards, high resource, low impact cards, and it created this really interesting dynamic that simulated this concept of coming to the fight at peak strength and wearing down over the course of the game, which was always our goal. So we were like, as soon as we realized that, it's like, this is it. And I think that the pitch system is perhaps the most unique thing about Flesh and Blood that sets it apart from other TCG systems that have existed out there. And the rest is history.
Yeah, I'm going to go a step further. I talk a lot about the tactile experience of Flesh and Blood, and I think it is the experience that is just the best in the history of TCGs. And I say that, as certainly a homer, but I've played all the TCGs. Like I really think the experience of picking up, handling your cards, the number of cards you play with, how clean the arena is often kept, it's all really, really top notch. And I think a huge portion of that is just this satisfaction of moving the pitch to the bottom of the deck and it coming back around. There's just this whole feel in a game of Flesh and Blood, and pitch is a huge part of it.
I think another key thing about it is, like in the early stages of our game system development, there was no arsenal and there was no bottoming your pitch zone. So you were completely at the mercy of like the composition of the four random cards that you were drawing, right? We needed something to be able to set up like pairings of cards, right? To be able to combo different cards together and create the synergies. And obviously the arsenal is a key one where you can set a card in your arsenal, wait to pair it up with other key cards that are coming in future turn cycles. But pitching is also a way to do that as well. Mm-hmm. Being able to preserve a card for the end of the game, especially with effects like Enlighten, Strike, and Sink Below, which I think was really critical in terms of being able to employ strategies of playing towards something in your game.
Yep. Great points all around. Let's go to our next question. We're going to hear from Cuzco. Wants to know, from concept to final piece, what card that is currently released is your favorite in terms of flavor for card art and in-game mechanics?
This is such a tough question, and like I'm really proud of a lot of cards that we've made and a lot of mechanics, and probably for me, I look at themes and mechanics more broadly or holistically than like individual cards. So as an example, a mechanic that I'm really proud of is Transcend. I've spoken to this before. Yep. I'm really happy with it from, again, that tactile experience of like the card transcends upwards from the playing field back into your hand. That's just something that it always evoked that feeling, like this concept of transcending is like moving upwards. So I really like that, and I really like the fact that you transcend into inner chi, and the inner chi gets back into your deck. It becomes part of you. It's like in your deck. So I was really pleased with Transcendent Inner Chi in terms of mechanics. In terms of card art, I actually really proud of the invocations from Uprising, of transforming your Ash into dragons, and likewise with the angels as well, of the figments transforming into your angels, and I absolutely love the art. If I have to call out one piece of art, probably Themis, Angel of Judgment is one of my all-time favorites outside of hero art. I absolutely love that piece of art by Asur. Yeah.
I think that's a great call out for sure. Next question here coming from the armpit. How close is the current state of FAB to your initial vision of the game? I love this question given, the fact that TCGs are so unique, right? Because the vision is always evolving. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about them. And it's always funny to me, an argument that often comes up in moments where people have a gameplay experience or a hero that isn't really gelling with them. They often say, this isn't what Flesh and Blood is meant to be, or it's not, as Flesh and Blood was intended. And I always kind of laugh a little bit because I know you're still making the cards, and I feel like you kind of get to shape what Flesh and Blood is intended to be. So I guess I'm just going to turn this question a little bit and ask, do you think you're doing a good job of delivering the experience of Flesh and Blood as you intended to be?
Well, I gotta say, it's a lot closer to my initial vision of the game after we banned all the books.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
In terms of gameplay experience.
Yep.
It really was supposed to be more about the small incremental advantages, like the tug of war that happens across the course of a game, and with some outliers from time to time. I think it's important that we have a diverse spread of different archetypes, like your combo decks with the Kanos or whatever, or your more like control leaning decks, like the Oldhams of the past, or maybe you could call some of the Enigma builds like that, or even some of, the games that are looking to take the game long, like even control Florian type decks. So it's important that we have like a spread of different archetypes, but I think that, as you talk to, designing and creating Flesh and Blood is my life. It consumes me. I think about it non-stop, and I think that in many ways we're getting better at making it. We strive really, really hard to just infuse flavor and make things feel right, and that's really important. And some heroes achieve that better than others. But I think in general, we're making heroes that are true to what the class or the class and talent is supposed to be, or true to what their character is supposed to be. I mean, you know how pedantic I am about trying to hit those flavor notes.
For sure. And I think it's critical. I think none of this matters without that. It's just numbers at that point, right?
Yeah.
It has to have that tie. It has to have that, again, tactile experience. It has to be beautiful representation so you can buy into the fantasy of the game you're playing.
Yeah. So I think I'm pretty happy with it. I think that it is staying pretty true to the initial vision, and even more than that, I think it's like building on what the initial vision was. Like, I know a hell of a lot more about what Flesh and Blood is and about just designing TCGs in general than when I started.
Yeah. I find it like the concept of being satisfied with the initial vision, like a little bit laughable. Like, who wants to design something and be like, this is it. It should never evolve from this point. It should always be evolving.
If I went back and did Welcome to Wraith again, it would be very different than what it was, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, let's head to our next question here. This one's coming from Philip over at Fabre. Shout outs to Fabre, a huge,
Thank you, Philip.
valuable tool.
Incredible.
Absolutely. Would be lost without these folks. And Philip asks, what are you most proud of with regards to LSS Fab?
I think this is an easy one. I'm the most proud of how literally hundreds of thousands of people around the world have embraced this game and the characters and the community, and to be able to create something that has that much love and passion and buy-in from so many different people across the world is the thing that makes me the most proud. And that we've built a team of people at LSS who are all just so committed and invested into that simple concept of bringing people together through the common language of playing great games.
Yeah, it's at the point where community feels like almost a cop-out because it is often the default answer, but like It's the correct answer for me. The community that has come up around this game, around LSS, both internally and externally, the friendships I've made with people who live literally as far as possible from where I was from on the globe as you can. And now I have this deep, deep web of friendships across New Zealand and across other parts of the globe. And I know so many folks out there experiencing the exact same thing on the player side of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah. Thank you, Philip. Really appreciate your work.
Agreed. Next question here coming to us from Kale McCreath, a New Zealander, an Aucklander, I believe, through and through. And Kale asks, your role in TCGs in the early 2000s in New Zealand had a big influence on the development and growth of local kids. Seeing them play FAB as adults, how does it make you feel seeing how those kids that play FAB have turned out because of your influence? And what does it mean to you that you and your game are having that same influence on a global scale?
It's a beautiful question. Thank you, Kale. And thank you for being part of, my life journey in this TCG industry for, 25 years. Kale used to come along to the Duel Master events that we used to run at the local bridge club and down at the Parnell Library, just down the road from where we are now. And yeah, it's been part of that journey for a very long time. So thank you for your long-standing support and belief in my work, Kale. And I think that the point that you raise is really critical and forms a big part of what our mission is about. I grew up in a very small town in New Zealand and was surrounded by some influences that weren't so good. And it really was having a local game store and a local TCG community that showed me a different path in life, and particularly being able to travel around New Zealand initially. Got to travel to Wellington, our capital city, to play in regional qualifiers and PDQs, and then started traveling to Auckland and playing more events and just meeting smart people. It's one of the things I like about TCGs is they generally attract smart people.
Yep.
And it showed me some different options in life and allowed me to see that there were different choices I could make and different people that I could associate with and build friendships and networks with. And for me, that was a big part of why I became a TO in New Zealand, and used to run the events for Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh and Duel Masters and Versus System and World of Warcraft and Pokemon and all sorts, all of the TCGs that came through. And a big part of that was I think the importance of having things that exist in society for people to come together through a common interest outside of maybe your typical social circles that might be at school or at work. I often talk about the third place. People generally have home, they have work, and they have a third place. And for us gamers, that third place is often the local game store or your local tournament scene. So I think it's critical that we deliver on that mission, and particularly in our modern society where there's so much digital interfacing, and a lot of the other publishers have moved very digital as well. And back in the around the 2010s, I was concerned that there was this big push to migrate TCG players out of stores and onto digital platforms, and that was quite a big motivator for me to start Legends Story Studio, start Flesh and Blood, and be like, I want to try and preserve this culture of people coming together in person in the Flesh and Blood, through common language, which is whatever game system it is that you happen to orbit around, that is your common language. And for us, obviously, it's Flesh and Blood. So it is important to me that we make sure that culture and these opportunities are preserved for the next generation. And from time to time, we receive some beautiful messages from folks around the world, from both young people and from parents, acknowledging the positive role that Flesh and Blood has had in their lives. And again, just thank you, Carol, for highlighting this. And I do, thank all of our community leaders out there. Just like in New Zealand in the early 2000s, I was kind of that, I guess, community champion, or had a bit of a leadership role in the New Zealand industry for sure, to look after the young folk that are out there. I'm sure there's dozens, hundreds of people who are just like me back then out in the world right now, using Flesh and Blood as a medium to support young folk out there to find a place where they can belong, a place where they feel comfortable, no matter what their background is, and to use, trading card games as that commonality to form communities and friendships and belonging and purpose. And just, whoever you are out there offering that to young people, thank you very much, and may it long continue.
Yeah, I think a lot about our young goats, the Brody Spurlocks, the Lucas Oswalds, young kids who are getting involved in this community and making a name for themselves in this community. And I really think TCGs have the potential to carry people to very great things, both within and without of the TCG space.
Absolutely.
And I really hope that Flesh and Blood is doing the exact same things. And knowing our community and the type of connections I see these young players making and the type of friendships I see them forming, I'm very sure it is going to have the same effect.
Absolutely.
Yep. Let's head on to our next question. Thank you, Kale. Great question. Let's hear from Breezy here. Breezy says, let's take a little break from the Fab questions. It's the 5th anniversary. What do you mean a break? We never take breaks around here. We'll let it slide one time. You've just been given a time machine, and you can take one person with you. Where do you go, and what do you do?
Look, I'm curious what happens in the future. I'm going some distance into the future to see what happens to the world. Hopefully it's not a ghastly picture that awaits me, but I don't know, some hundreds of years into the future and just see what happens to society, to be honest.
Okay. Always looking towards the future, wanting to know what's next. I get it. I understand where you're coming from. I'm probably going back and hanging out with dinosaurs. I just want to see dinosaurs, man.
Yeah.
I'm a simple guy.
I could be convinced to go back to like, 1808 and see a Beethoven concert or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want
That
big
would be
scary
pretty fun.
lizards. That's my priority. You're a more complex man than me. Let's go to our next question. We're going to hear from James here. James wants to know, what other hobbies do you have? James, do you have time for other hobbies?
I don't have time for other hobbies, but other loves that I do have in life is musicals, and a lot of that has to do with my daughter, who is very musical. She loves performing arts and
Incredibly
singing.
gifted too.
So yeah, thank you. As a family, we do spend quite a bit of time enjoying music and stage production. So that's a big part of my enjoyment. I love reading. And
anything good you've read lately that you want to share with us?
Yeah, Ray Dalio Principles, great book. Yeah, Evolve or Die. Yeah, have just got to have brutal transparency, self-reflection. But yeah, very good book. But yeah, reading, music, culture, all good.
Yeah, good answers all around. All right, let's go to our next question here. This is coming from Will Bradshaw. Favorite toppings on a pizza? I know you're a vegetarian like myself, so let's get out there for these vegetarian toppings.
Yeah.
Let's let people know you can have a great vegetarian pizza.
Absolutely. I mean, it's got to start with base sauce, then we get in with some diced onions, some capsicum, and then cheese.
Peppers for the folks in America. I didn't know that either. Don't worry.
Okay. Bell peppers, right?
Bell peppers.
And then it's all about the cheese, the mozzarella, and then more mozzarella, and then maybe more mozzarella.
Yep. You learned that from your daughter. We've done pizzas at your house before. I've seen how she makes her pies. They're piled high with cheese.
Yeah. But the music is what tops it off. When we're doing Pizza Station at our house, which is our all-time favorite, like family cooking thing, it's Pizza Station. It's all about the music which is playing in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, you need some traditional Italian music. Good pizza music. Perfect. That is how the song goes, exactly.
Just on loop. Yeah.
He's not lying. I've been over for pizza night. It really does play the entire time. Next question coming up here from David Spencer. When and where did your love of white pants begin?
Yeah.
Wearing them right now.
Well, if you knew me back in the 90s, back when I was trying to find my way, it was a very different attire that you would find me in. It was pretty much all black. I was like Florian.
Yeah.
Pretty much like Florian.
Emo goth vibes.
Yeah. Just mono black. But I don't know, the white pants, I've been rocking the white pants for a while now. Yeah. Early 2010s. So I just found my groove. Yeah. It's also a little bit to do with just not wanting to think about what to wear.
Keep it simple.
Yeah. I have many pairs of white pants. I have many pairs of these same shoes, these brown leather loafers. I got many of the same cable knit cashmere sweaters, and it's just I don't really want to have to think about what to wear. It's a big part of it.
Kind of envious, honestly. I spend a lot of time worrying about what to wear, and then I realize I don't actually care that much. And why am I spending so much time on this? Just one outfit all the time.
Just remove that decision point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question here is coming to us from Lucas Oswald. Look at that. I didn't even know he was on here. He wants to know, who's the best player in the world and who is the most underrated player in the world?
This is a slam dunk for me. The best player in the world is Pablo Pintor. I gotta say, Michael Hamilton, man, you gotta get focused back on Flesh and Blood. You gotta step up your game, man.
Called out, Michael Hamilton. Where are you at?
Yeah, you gotta get dedicated to Fab again. But Pablo Pintor, man, what a legacy this guy is crafting for himself, from champion of Pro Tour #1 through to multiple calling wins, including the most recent calling. Just super impressive. Yeah.
Also a very impressive actor as well. I don't know if you caught his appearance in
Oh,
Night at the Armory,
incredible.
but yeah, knocked it out of the
Incredible.
park along
Yeah.
with the rest of the Sunflower Samurai. How about underrated? Anyone come to mind as far as an underrated player?
Yeah, I might go with your pick to win Worlds, actually. Nick Butcher. Okay. Very underrated player, I think. Yeah. Lucas Oswald, though, he's claiming a case.
Yeah.
To get his name up
Yeah,
there.
he's got that monkey off his back. He's got that win. Like I said,
Congratulations,
young
Lucas.
young
Good on
gun
you.
for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, I believe in Lucas for
Yeah.
sure. Could absolutely
Yeah,
put his
one
name
to
in that
watch.
conversation.
One to watch.
Yep. All right, next question here. We will hear now from. Looks like it is going to be the Tall Timmy. Shout outs to the
Welcome
Tall
back,
Timmy.
Tall Timmy.
Love seeing the Tall Timmy around.
Mate, it put a smile on my dial when I saw you come back, mate.
Absolutely.
I knew you would be back.
Tall Timmy wants to know, which LSS employee would you bet on to win Worlds Osaka if the team was allowed to play?
If the team!
Yes, sorry. My fault.
Get it right, mate.
My fault.
All right. Well, this one, I'm going to go with Mr. TCG, the Chris Gearing. And I'm going to state some facts. The last 2 World Championships that this man played in, he made the top 8 of both of them. And yes, it was quite a long time ago, and it was a different game system, the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships, but the man is back-to-back World Championship top 8er.
Pretty damn good.
And I must say, the last time he played in Dev Internal Championship, he did win it.
That's
with
true.
a little bit of help.
He had an
from you.
incredible teammate, like just
He
an
did it.
unbelievable
He
teammate.
did.
So
He did.
can literally hear the dev room
Yeah.
rioting and cheering right
Absolutely. But yeah, he's got it. When
It's a
he
great
puts his
pick.
mind to it, he is the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be.
now. Yeah, he's just got that TCG mind.
Self-proclaimed.
There's a reason they call him Mr. TCG for
Exactly.
sure. Next question here coming to us from Max Ferocity. Another shout out to Max Ferocity. Of course, jaw-dropping cosplays around the world. Nobody embodies the mechanologist class better than Max Ferocity. Wants to know, how significantly has the overall lore of Wrath changed from your original vision? Is there a character / hero you were really excited about since the beginning that we haven't met yet? And selfishly, will we get to learn more on the Monarch storyline soon?
Firstly, love your work, Max Ferocity. Rachel, you're such a talented cosplayer, and I can't wait to see what you're cooking up for Osaka.
Same.
This is a tough question because I can't speak too much to it because it'll spoil the surprise for everybody. But I gotta say that, like, the lore that I mapped out with Robbie during those formative years, we kind of agreed on what the macro story arc is with the War of the Monarch, and we're pacing our way through that. Some of the things that have spun off the side, some of these side plots, are sort of things that we have maybe evolved as we have gone along, or a sort of new story threads that we hadn't locked in so firmly back in those like pre-launch development phases, things like the uprising and so on. But that core War of the Monarch story arc is pretty true to form from where we envisioned it. As far as heroes or characters that we are yet to see, I hope that we can learn more about the old ones in the near future.
Okay.
They are an important part of the fabric of the history of Wraith and what led to the dissipation of the flow and things like that. So I think that there's quite a lot of important stuff to learn about those.
Okay. Looking forward to that. Something came up when we were doing our questions before, and I said I would try and ask you when we came back. It's related to Monarch, which is why it springs to mind. There seems to be a widespread belief that Monarch was the first set ever designed for Flesh and Blood. Do you have a sense of where that belief came from? And we, I believe correctly, told folks that Welcome to Wraith was the first designed set. But for whatever reason, the community wholeheartedly believed that Monarch was the first designed set. Do you have any idea where that might have sprung up from?
I think in the past I've spoken to, like, the game was originally designed with talent, and then we stepped it down for Welcome to Wraith and Arcane Rising to slowly like step into the revealing of the talents. I mean, the truth is that we developed a cluster of heroes kind of collectively together, Chris and myself, which included what ended up being Katsu, Reina, Dorinthia, Kano, Dash, Oldham, an iteration of Oldham was part of that initial batch, Chain, Phi. These were all part of like the formative batch of heroes. So obviously there's a mix of talented heroes and non-talented heroes in that, and then we we made the conscious decision that we wanted to release the game without talent and to step into that over time, partly for simplicity's sake and partly so that we had like this big wow moment up our sleeve to release in that second year with Monarch.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense. That was my hypothesis as to where that may have genesis from.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like somewhat true and somewhat not true that Monarch was the first set developed. It was kind of like I guess a big pot of heroes and mechanics and things that were developed in unison, and then we chopped them up how they would roll out over time. Maybe just on that last part of Max Velocity's question, when will we learn more about the Monarch storyline? I think that kind of can get chopped into two parts. There's like the story, which we have our narrative team working on now, which you may hear more about the Monarch storyline from a pure storytelling point of view in the near term, potentially. From a product point of view, there won't be anything further on that until 2026.
Okay. Putting to bed those rumors right now. I've heard a lot of speculation out there that the next set may be continuation of the Monarch theme, but we're done with that, not next set?
Not the next set.
Okay.
But you will find out all about the next set at Osaka Keynote. It's going to be a good one.
There you go. You do not want to miss that. Let's head to our next question here. This one's coming to us from Elliot Tan. Shout out to the 1-2 Juice crew. Love those folks. Elliot says, I'm a big old lore nerd, and part of falling in love with lore, with characters, are the personal stories and stakes that the team has shown so far. Are there expansive plans for both intimate and world-building narratives? May or not be biased as a book nerd for novels.
We've been really fortunate to welcome Edwin McRae into the team full-time. He was working with us on a sort of a contract ad hoc basis for about a year, I think, writing some of the stories that are published on the website, but he joined us full-time a couple of months ago now and has taken the narrative lead and has been working with a stable of other writers around the world to help us ramp up our storytelling. So you will absolutely see, I mean, you're already seeing more stories coming through on the website, but I know the team, and I get asked all the time, when are we going to get the next published book? And like we all want to make the next published book, but we have actually built out our in-house full-time writing team, and that next book, it is being worked on right now, and I very much look forward to seeing it also. I covered my original book as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing volume 2.
It's very, very exciting news.
Yeah, Hidden Player's hand soon.
Yeah.
Ish.
Ish. Always ish. I think, the past year or so has been a period of massive up ramp for LSS. Definitely every part of the business is growing, but it feels like creative is the one that's really growing the fastest at this moment in time. And I'm excited to see the fruits of that expansion.
Absolutely.
All right, let's head to our next question here. This one is coming from Tron Cena. Tron Cena says, will we see Jarl Vertraethy as a guardian hero? Very simple question, James. Will we see Jarl as a guardian hero?
Team, you've heard the fans. Get to work.
What? They're done.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vertraethy was filled with the lust for war.
Jarl Vertraethy on deck, ready to go. So excited to bring you that hero. As you saw in the hero card reveal there, Essence of Earth and Ice. Come on in, boys. It's all good. We're getting ready to wrap up the show. We just showed off Jarl for the first time. I know you guys have been instrumental in getting this hero together, getting it ready for prime time. How excited are you for the release of Jarl? Classic, I'm looking right at you, man. I know this is right up your alley.
Extremely excited.
Ice is back. Ice is back. Yep.
I loved playing Jarl. I really enjoyed still playing him. I think it's just such a cool hero. I think there's going to be so many, previously like Oldham player and fans excited to experiment and start testing him out. He operates in his own unique way. I think one of the coolest things about him is his card pool is just so big, right? So there's so many different ways to build him, to play him, to sort of, I think it can really reward people who have correctly identified what the meta will be in any given tournament. So I can't wait to see what some of our storied former Oldham players have done. Michael Fung, I'm excited to see what you get up to with Jarl.
Absolutely, and Rosetta just released the Earth pool in particular has been expanded so hard, and you can tap into the Guardian Mastery pack is coming out, set is coming out as well. So there's a lot of tools to pull from. So yeah, really excited to see what people brew up with Jarl.
Big same. How about you, Aurora guy? You sweating a little bit?
His weapon is my favorite weapon in all of FAB. Did they see that?
Nope.
Oh, well. I guess I won't say anymore.
All good.
It's my favorite.
All good. There's going to be a lot revealed about that Armory deck as we head through the next few weeks. Of course, the big dump of information that you'll be getting next, it's coming from Osaka World Championship. Of course, there's so much on offer throughout this weekend. Of course, seeing who's going to go ahead and replace Alex Ajuryu as our reigning world champion is at the forefront of everyone's mind. But there's also going to be that keynote, and so much information is coming out of that keynote speech. We're going to know about the next set. We're going to learn more about Jarl. We're going to learn so many other amazing things about the evolution of the game. Not only are you going to want to not miss that keynote, you're not going to want to miss anything from Osaka all weekend. And if you can make it there, you got to go. This is going to be an event like no other in the history of FAB. And it's been a tremendous 5 years thus far. But I'm telling you, we're only getting started. There's so much more to do, so much more to see, so many more games to be played, so many more heroes to create. We're going to do all that good stuff. Any closing thoughts from y'all on 5 years down? Anything you want to see in the next 5 years that you can't wait for? But don't reveal any spoilers. That's it. We're done with spoilers for the day.
I feel I'm just going to say no comment on upcoming stuff because I'm too scared about giving any spoilers. But I'm just really excited to see FAB keep growing and expanding around the world. I always think back to the very first set of national championships. There were maybe 2 or 3, and then the next year there were 25, and then I think 40. I think maybe 50 plus next year. It's just so cool seeing the game expand. And I was looking at, someone pointed out on the ELO leaderboard the other day. I think in the top 15, there's 9 or 10 different countries. Really speaks to it as a global game. So I just can't wait to see what the future brings to FAB. All these really massive events, all the cool locations we get to go to, and man, I am super hyped for watching Worlds. I'm just gonna clear my whole weekend schedule. Do not interrupt me. Wall to wall FAB.
Now I do know, Kieran, that you just barely dodged your partner's birthday. I leave for Japan on my birthday.
Yep.
So you got away with it. I think you're going to get the entire weekend unabated. You're going to get to go ahead and watch FAB all weekend.
Yep. So I think it's that weekend will be a birthday weekend, and next weekend it's
all
a classic
FAB all
weekend
the
as well.
How about you, Jason? Anything come to mind?
I just remembered that it is my birthday on that weekend.
Oh, okay.
So I'll spend it watching FAB, I guess.
Perfect. How better to celebrate your birthday?
No, but I'm actually really excited for the game to grow as well, but more from the Armory scene. I really like seeing the communities grow and be very welcoming to new players. And I think I'm seeing that a lot more recently. So I'm very excited for the next 5 years.
Very cool. How about you, Carol? Anything come to mind?
I feel if you've enjoyed that Jarl reveal, the reveals that will be happening on that weekend are going to be insane. We're going to get a taste of what's to come next year, so that's going to be super hype. How Bartosz does it and takes the trophy, brings brings the World Championship back to Europe.
Somebody has to redeem Poland after today.
Exactly.
Maybe it's his time, man. 2 second places at Pro Tours.
Yeah.
Maybe he's like saving the luck for Worlds.
Yeah. But I wouldn't be crying if Japan holds the cup as well. I feel like I'm really excited to see Japanese players in action, showing what they got on the home turf. So yeah, that's kind of what.
Yeah, that'll be really cool because we got the first sort of taste of it in a way at Pro Tour
Yeah.
Amsterdam, right? With Shoma coming in, taking out the whole tournament.
I mean,
Just
even in World Premiere, like half of the top 8 was Japanese players as well.
And just such like a history of there of incredibly good card players. Like as you mentioned, on home turf, getting like a huge group of players coming in and seeing, like, I've been really admiring some of their innovative takes on like Florian, a hero very close to my heart. Seeing some of their lists compared to some lists coming out elsewhere, like very different, very cool. I can't wait.
Just a couple weeks out now. You're not going to want to miss a second of that. Make sure you're here on the FAB TCG YouTube page. I'll be there covering it along with some of my closest friends. It's going to be an event to remember, just like these past 5 years have been years to remember. Thank you all so much, both for joining us today and supporting us on this journey. We literally could not do this without you. Every single one of you who attends an Armory, who makes a YouTube video, who posts a tweet, who does a cosplay, who just shows up and is there to be an opponent against somebody, who teaches somebody new to play Flesh and Blood. You are what is making all of this happen. You have made these first 5 years so successful, and I cannot wait to share the next 5 years with you. See you soon.
See you.